So good evening each and every one of you. I hope everyone is safe and sound and doing extremely well. Students, if you're able to hear me, students, if you're able to hear me and see the presentation behind me, quick thumbs up in the chat. Let me just fix the mic here. The mic was not audible and there was a little glitch with the mic. So I had to get the mic fixed. So let me see. Students, are you able to see me? So if you're able to see me and hear me, a quick thumbs up in the chat, because today we'll be starting the chapter Human Reproduction, and this is going to be a complete NCERT line to line, right? Every single line of NCERT will be decoding today. Every single diagram of NCERT will be decoding today. So if you're excited for today's class, a quick thumbs up in the chat and we will start today's chapter, that is Human Reproduction. So let me know in the chat how everyone is doing today. My day was extremely well. My day was productive actually, because I woke up early morning, went for a walk, came back. It's all chill. So how is everyone doing? So students, let's start the video. Before I start, I want each and every one of you to like the video, share the video, and also do not forget to subscribe to the channel. Okay? So we'll start every single line of NCERT one by one. Okay? Students, if you're able to see the presentation, just a quick thumbs up. Just a quick thumbs up if you're able to see the presentation behind me. So the entire chapter, what is the context here? Let's see the context. First we'll be doing the male reproductive system, then we'll be doing the female reproductive system, then gametogenesis, as well there in gametogenesis where we have your spermatogenesis as well as your oogenesis. Then we'll be doing the menstrual cycle, fertilization and implantation, pregnancy and embryonic development, and finally parturition and lactation. Every single word will be covered today. So excited? Is everyone excited for today's class? Let me know in the chat if you're excited. I know today Gopika ma'am was supposed to take the class, but Gopika ma'am was little sick today, so here I am as a substitute for the Gopika ma'am to teach the human reproduction. Now, let's start with the first line of your NCERT now. Now, let's read every line of NCERT and understand. So I want each and every one of you to do one thing. Please open your NCERT next to you so you can follow and read with me. Okay, so I want each and every one of you to read the NCERT with me, write down the points which I'm making you write. Okay, so read the NCERT with me, understand the NCERT with me. Okay, now, as you are aware, humans are sexually reproducing and viviparous. When I say humans are sexually reproducing, I mean humans are undergoing sexual reproduction, which is a type of what? It's a type of sexual reproduction, fusion of gametes. Yes, there is a fusion of gametes. And in sexual reproduction, the offspring or the progeny is genetically, morphologically unique. The offspring is genetically and morphologically unique compared to the parents. Now, students, what is the meaning of viviparous? Viviparous is simple. The organisms which give birth to the young one, those are called as your viviparous. Now, the reproductive events in humans include formation of gametes. What is formation of gametes? That is your gametogenesis. Yes, gametogenesis. The sperm in male and the ovum in female. Those are the male and female gametes in case of humans. Now, transfer of sperm into the female genital tract is called as your insemination. This is the definition for all the board students. If you get a 1-mark question or 2-mark question, what is insemination? Insemination is nothing but the transfer of sperm into the female genital tract. Now, and the fusion of male and female gametes is called as your fertilization. Now students, can anyone in the chat tell me what is the other name which we use where fusion of male and female gamete takes place? That is nothing but your syngamy. That is nothing but your syngamy, leading to the formation of zygote. Now this is followed by the formation of development of blastocyst. Now quickly tell me in the chat. The blastocyst, is it unicellular? Is it unicellular or multicellular? Quickly tell me in the chat. Is it unicellular or multicellular in nature? Quickly. All of us know it is blastocyst is multicellular nature, because we know zygote is unicellular, but zygote is undergoing cleavage. The zygote is dividing, right? There's a cell division is happening there and it is becoming blastocyst, which has a numerous morula blastomeres in it. So your blastocyst is multicellular. cellular in nature. Next, and it is attachment to the uterine wall is called as your implantation. So blastocyst attachment to the uterine wall is called as implantation. The embryonic development, gestation and delivery of the baby, that's called parturition. You will have to learn that in reproductive parts. Reproductive events occur after puberty. So all of these events, all the events which you will be learning in today's class are usually which takes place after the puberty. Now quickly tell me in the chat, what is puberty? What is puberty? Quickly tell me in the chat, what is the meaning of puberty? Puberty is a phase in a human's life where a particular human or any organism becomes reproductively active. That is your puberty. Now there are remarkable differences between the reproductive events in male and female. We know in reproductive events that are different. For example, in the case of female, the menstruation starts. In the case of male, there are other certain changes. For example, in the case of female, there is development of your mammary glands, and in the case of males, there is broadening of shoulder, cracking of the voice. Yes. For example, here they are given an example. Sperm formation continues even in the old men. Here they have given you an example that the sperm formation happens even in the old men. Now quickly tell me in the chat, even though the sperm is produced in the old men, is the sperm viable? Is the sperm capable to produce offspring? The answer is no. The sperm which is produced in the old man is called as oligospermic. Right? It is oligospermic in nature. That is, it is not viable, or the sperm count will be less. Right? The sperm count will be less. But the formation of ovum ceases to exist in women around the age of 50 years. So that is the menopause. So in the case of female, the ovulation stops at the age of 55. We call that menopause. But in the case of males, the sperm production will happen even in the old men. Now, let us examine the male and female reproductive system in humans now. That is the introduction to the chapter. So can we start the chapter now? A quick thumbs up in the chat. Yes. Where they can start reproduction. Yes, crazy, that is correct. Now, that was just the introduction to the chapter. Till now, any doubt, ask me. I hope there is no doubt till now. No doubt, because we haven't even started the chapter. Now I'll be teaching you one by one every single line of NCERT. First, we'll be starting off with the male reproductive system. We'll start with the male reproductive system. Now students, listen to me very carefully. The entire of your male reproductive system can be broadly classified into two types. Let me write down here. The entire male reproductive system can be classified into something called as primary sex organs, primary sex organ, as well as secondary sex organ. Now students, what is this primary sex organs? Primary sex organs are the organs which are capable of producing gametes as well as producing your hormones. So the primary sex organs are capable of producing gametes plus sex hormones. Sex hormones. Now, in the case of human male reproductive system, the primary sex organ which is here is called as testis. It is called as what? Testis. It's called as what? Testis. Now, what is secondary sex organs? Secondary sex organs are the organs which are indirectly involved in the reproduction. Example, they help in the storage and transportation of the sperm. Now, the secondary sex organs are nothing but your accessory ducts, glands, and external genitalia. That is your secondary sex organs, right? Secondary sex organs. Let's read the line here. The male reproductive system is located in the pelvic region. It is located in the pelvic region. Now, what is the pelvic region? Pelvic region is the abdominal region. Yes, it is the lower abdomen where we have two coxal bones. Yes, in the pelvic region we have the two coxal bones like this. That is your pelvic girdles. Between the pelvic girdles, we have a cavity. In that cavity, the male reproductive system is located. That is in the pelvic region. Okay. It includes a pair of testes. Testis is your primary sex organ, along with accessory ducts, glands, and the external genitalia. Your accessory ducts, glands, and external genitalia are your secondary sex organs. Point is clear? Yes, sir. The point is clear till now. Now, in the case of males, the external genitalia is called as penis. The external genitalia is called as penis. Clear? Now, we'll be learning the NCERT lines here one by one. Understand the lines with me. Okay. The testes are situated outside the abdominal cavity. Yes, the testes are situated outside the abdominal cavity. Now, this right here is a question. This right here is a NEET PYQ. NEET previous year question. Why are the testes situated outside the abdominal cavity? The answer is very simple, because inside the testes, spermatogenesis takes place, and for spermatogenesis to take place, the temperature needs to be less than the body temperature. At least 2 to 3 degrees less than the body temperature is required for spermatogenesis. What is spermatogenesis? Spermatogenesis is a process where the sperms are generated or created. Now, the testis is situated outside the abdominal cavity within a pouch called as scrotum. Within a pouch called as scrotum, which is situated outside the abdominal cavity. The scrotum helps in maintaining the low temperature. See, the scrotum will help in maintaining the lower temperature of the testis, around 2 to 2.5 degrees Celsius lower than the normal internal body temperature. So students, here I can ask you one question. What if a person's body temperature is always around 105 or 110 Fahrenheit? What if a person is what person? When I say person, I mean male. When a human male is where the internal temperature is increased to around 110 Fahrenheit, will that person will be able to produce sperm efficiently? The answer is no, because when the internal body temperature is so high, right, it directly affects the spermatogenesis. Okay. Now, the next question I can ask you here is, what if a human male is living in a very extremely cold temperatures, where the outside temperature is 0 degrees Celsius, or sometimes it could be -1 and -2 degrees Celsius. Now, that particular human male, can he produce sperms? The answer should be what? The answer should be yes. Yes, the human male can produce sperm. Why? The answer is very simple, because we humans are regulators. We can regulate our internal body temperature. That is the reason even a male who is surviving in a condition which is extremely cold outside will be able to perform spermatogenesis. Right? Necessary for spermatogenesis. In adults, each testis is oval in shape with a length about 4 to 5 centimeter and width about 2 to 3 centimeter. This is not, they will never ask you this. They will not ask you this. The testis is covered by a dense covering. Now, what is this dense covering? This dense covering is nothing but fibrous connective tissue. Yes, this is nothing but fibrous connective tissue. Fibrous connective tissue. Now, each testis has around 250 compartments. Now, we are going inside the testis. If you look inside the testis, it is made up of around 250 compartments. 250 compartments, and those compartments are called as what? Called as your testicular lobules. Called as what? Testicular lobules. Now, each testicular lobule here, think of the testis as a big mansion. The big mansion has around 250 rooms. That is your testicular lobule. Now, each room will have around 1 to 3 windows. Just like the windows, each compartment here, each compartment of testicular lobule will have around 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule. We'll have what? Seminiferous tubule. So, if I were to write down the testis has around 250 compartments, around 250 compartments called as your testicular lobules. Testicular lobules. Now each compartment here has 1 to 3 what? 1 to 3 small extremely coiled structures. Around 1 to 3 extremely coiled structure called as your seminiferous tubule. Here around 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule. So one testis has around how many compartments? 250 compartments, and in a human male generally there are 2 testes. So in total how many compartments? In total there are generally around 500 compartments, and each compartment has what? Each lobe, each testicular lobule consists of 1 or 3 highly coiled structures called as what? Seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubules. Clear? So one testis has how many compartments? 250 compartments, and compartment is called as what? Testicular lobules. Each testicular lobules has around 1 to 3 seminiferous tubules. 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule. Now students, listen to me very carefully now. In which sperms are produced? They are telling you in which sperms are produced. What is the meaning? This is the site of sperm production. So what is the site of sperm production? If you get a question, which is the site of sperm production? If they give you testis, testicular lobules, seminiferous tubule, or some other option, you need to know which is the correct answer. The correct answer for the site of sperm production is seminiferous tubule is the site of sperm production. Clear? Now each seminiferous tubule is, one second, let me draw this diagram. Let me draw the diagram for this. Now this is a seminiferous tubule. Yes, this is a seminiferous tubule. Now inside the seminiferous tubule, the inner lining of seminiferous tubule has 2 type of cells. The inner lining of seminiferous tubule has 2 type of cells. One elongated cell. The other one is a much more vowel-shaped cells. Now these elongated cells are called as your Sertoli cells. These elongated cells are called as what? Sertoli cells. Called as your Sertoli cells. Now these Sertoli cells are also called as your nurse cells. So inside the seminiferous tubule, inside the lining of seminiferous tubule, there are 2 type of cells. One is called as your Sertoli cell. The other one is called as your, this is called as your male germ cell. It is called as what? Male germ cell. Male germ cell. Now this male germ cell has another name. The other name for male germ cell is nothing but your spermatogonia. Is also called as what? Spermatogonia. Now quickly tell me in the chat. This male germ cell, also called as spermatogonia, is this haploid in nature or is it diploid in nature? Quickly in the chat. Let's see who can tell me in the chat. Quickly. This particular male germ cell, also called as spermatogonia, is actually diploid in nature. It is diploid in nature. Now the same spermatogonia later undergoes spermatogenesis and develop into sperm. Later develops into the sperm. Clear? Amazing. Now students, listen to me very carefully. This is the seminiferous tubule. Outside the seminiferous tubule is called as your interstitial space. The outside is called as what? The outside of seminiferous tubule is called as your interstitial space. Now in the interstitial space we have interstitial cell. Yes, in the interstitial space here we have here interstitial what? Leydig cell. Now what is the function of this Leydig cell? The function of Leydig cell is to produce the male sex hormone, that is the androgen. Male sex hormone, which is the androgen. Now this androgen, right, this androgen, in the case of males, the most predominant type of androgen is testosterone. The main type of androgen in the case of human males is testosterone. Clear? But what is the function of Sertoli cells? The function of Sertoli cells is to provide a nutrition to the growing sperm. That is, Sertoli cells is involved in the spermiogenesis, not spermatogenesis. They are involved in the spermiogenesis. Clear? Involved in spermiogenesis. The male germ cell develops into the sperm, and the sperm is haploid in nature. The sperm is haploid in nature. Now let's read the NCERT line here, in which sperms are, each seminiferous tubule is lined on its inside by two types of cells called as what? Inside the seminiferous tubule, two types of cells. There is male germ cell, that is called as your spermatogonia, and Sertoli cell. Two types of cells. One is your male germ cell, is your spermatogonia, and other one is your Sertoli cell. The male germ cell undergoes meiotic division. See, the male germ cell will undergo meiosis, and produce the sperm, finally leading to the sperm formation, while Sertoli cell provide nutrition to the germ cell. It provides nutrition to the germ cell or spermatogonia. The main involvement is spermiogenesis. Clear? The region outside the seminiferous tubule is called as your interstitial space. I told you, the space outside the seminiferous tubule is called as interstitial space, and in the interstitial space we have interstitial cell. Yes, contains small blood vessels. Along with the blood vessels there are interstitial cells, also called as Leydig cells. Interstitial cells are also called as your Leydig cells. Your interstitial cells or Leydig cells. Leydig cells synthesize and secrete testicular hormone. They produce testicular hormone, that is called as androgen. They produce what? Androgen. And in the case of male, the most predominant type of androgen is testosterone. Clear? But can you read the last line here? The last line of NCERT is telling you other immunologically competent cells are also present. Now what are these other immunologically competent cells? These are nothing but your WBC, white blood cells. They are the white blood cells. They are the white blood cells. Students, quickly tell me in the chat right now if any of you have any doubt in this paragraph. If you do not have any paragraph, we will go to the next paragraph, your NCERT. Understanding? If you have any doubt, you can ask me right now. MD, Crazy, Supra, any doubt here? If there is no doubt, let's go to the next concept, that is the next paragraph of your NCERT. Now, before we go to the next paragraph of your NCERT, let's understand the diagram of the male reproductive system. The diagram which is given in your NCERT, let's completely decode the diagram. Yes, let's completely decode the diagram now. Now, understand, this is the testis. Inside the testis, we have the testicular lobules. Inside the testicular lobules, what do we have? Seminiferous tubule. Yes, seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule is the site for the production of your sperm, correct? So the sperm which are produced inside the testis are moved. The sperm which is produced inside the testis is transported out of testis now. Yes, the first site, the first duct where the sperm reaches is the rete testis. From the seminiferous tubule, the sperm is traveled to the rete testis. Now from rete testis, it goes to vasa efferentia. Yes, it goes to vasa efferentia. After vasa efferentia, it goes to the epididymis. It goes to epididymis. And students, please remember this epididymis right here. It is actually the most longest duct here. You might think vas deferens is longest, but it is not the longest, because if you look at the epididymis, it is highly coiled structure. Epididymis is extremely coiled structure, and epididymis, from epididymis, the sperm goes to the vas deferens, and at this point, the sperm is completely mature. Right? The sperm is completely mature, and the sperm here is stored for some time. The sperm here is stored for some time. Now, this vas deferens, if I cut this vas deferens, if I cut the vas deferens, and if I cut this vas deferens, and if I tie it up, what is it called? Anyone in the chat who can tell me? If I cut the vas deferens and tie the vas deferens, what is it called? That is nothing but vasectomy, which you will be learning in the next class, as in the reproductive health. Now this vas deferens is ascending up. Yes, vas deferens is ascending up, looping over the urinary bladder. Look here, it is ascending up, looping over the urinary bladder, and here the vas deferens finally reaches a point where one more duct is joining the vas deferens here. One more duct is joining the vas deferens here. That particular duct here, can you see here? This particular point is called as ejaculatory duct. Ejaculatory duct. Ejaculatory duct is a point where your vas deferens is meeting with some other duct. That some other duct here is from the seminal vesicle. The some other duct which is meeting with your vas deferens, forming the ejaculatory duct here, is called as ejaculatory duct. So vas deferens duct plus seminal vesicle duct, together they are called as your ejaculatory duct. Clear? Now here, listen to me very carefully. From here, the sperms are passing. The sperms are passing through a urethra. The sperms are passing through urethra. Now this urethra is actually a common passage for both urine as well as the sperm release. It is also called as your urogenital tract. It is a common thing in the case of males. The passage of urine as well as the release of the sperm semen is happening from the common passage, that is your urethra. Now from the urethra, sperm is released out. The opening here is called as your urethral meatus. The opening through which the sperm is released out is called as your urethral meatus. And this swollen part, can you see? This swollen part of the penis is called as glans penis, and the entire glans penis is covered by a loose foreskin. Is covered by a loose skin called as foreskin. Loose covering called as foreskin. It is also called as prepuce. Not required. It is called as your foreskin. Clear? Now usually in some cases the foreskin can be removed. That is called as circumcision. Clear? Now here, if you notice, there are some other glands also here. Now I told you seminal vesicle is joining with the vas deferens, forming the ejaculatory duct. But what is produced by seminal vesicle? Seminal vesicle is a gland which produces most of the fructose as well as certain calcium ions and certain enzymes, just like your prostate gland. Just like the prostate gland and seminal vesicle gland secrete out. They secrete out certain calcium ions, certain enzymes and fructose. Remember that. Then we have bulbourethral gland here. This bulbourethral gland is special. It is also called as Cowper gland. Bulbourethral gland is also called as Cowper gland. Now this Cowper gland or bulbourethral gland produces certain type of mucus as well as lubricating liquid, produces lubricating liquid, which is essential for the coitus or the intercourse. Clear? Now students, we have your seminal vesicle, prostate gland and bulbourethral gland. In total, in the case of male reproductive system, there are 3 different glands. Now out of these 3 different glands, seminal vesicle is paired gland, bulbourethral is paired gland, but your prostate gland, right, the prostate gland is unpaired. It is unpaired. It is unpaired, and prostate gland is present as a single person. Okay, it is single. Clear? Is it necessary to remove the foreskin? No, it is not necessary, because there are so many cases where the foreskin has not been removed. Now, any doubt in the diagram? Quickly tell me in the chat, any doubt in the diagram? If there is no doubt in the diagram, I want to see today red hearts, because I am teaching zoology today, right? I am teaching zoology, so I want red hearts in the chat today, not green. Okay? Sir, spermiogenesis means, I will tell you what is spermiogenesis, what is spermatogenesis, what is spermiation. All the 3 I will tell you once we start spermatogenesis. Don't worry. Okay? What is the function of prostate gland? Prostate gland produces lots of enzymes, like a lot of catalytic enzymes, such as I don't remember a particular name, but I have a list which I can give you, which has a lot of enzymes in it. Okay, that is released by a prostate gland. Clear? Any doubt here? Tell me right now. If there is no doubt, we will go to the next NCERT lines. Okay, now let's read the NCERT lines, students. Read with me. I want each and every one of you to read the lines with me now. Please read the lines with me. Now, the male accessory ducts includes rete testis, vasa efferentia, epididymis and vas deferens. Yes. The seminiferous tubule, right? The seminiferous tubule of testis open into the vasa efferentia through the rete testis. See, the NCERT here is trying to confuse you. The testis opens into vasa efferentia through rete testis. But what is coming first? The first part here is rete testis. Here, the first is rete testis, then it is vasa efferentia, not other way around. Remember that. So first is rete testis, then is vasa efferentia. Clear? The vasa efferentia leaves the testis and opens into epididymis. That is your third one here. Located along the posterior surface of the each testis. They are present on the posterior surface, which epididymis. The epididymis leads into vas deferens that ascends. See, I told you the lines of NCERT. The epididymis goes to vasa, leads to vas deferens. Vas deferens ascends. Vas deferens ascends to the abdomen and loops over the urinary bladder. Same lines. Vas deferens ascends up, loops over the urinary bladder. It receives a duct. Now see, which vas deferens receives a duct now. Vas deferens receives a duct from the seminal vesicle and opens into urethra as ejaculatory duct. The diagram here is not mentioning ejaculatory duct because I have written it now. If it is not mentioning, you have to write down. So vas deferens is entering into urethra along with duct from seminal vesicle together. That is called as your ejaculatory duct. Clear? See here, it receives a duct from seminal vesicle. So vas deferens is receiving a duct from seminal vesicle now. Vas deferens duct, seminal vesicle duct is coming. Okay, and open into urethra. What is urethra? Urethra is the common passage for releasing the sperm as well as the urine, also called as urogenital tract. Yes? Yes? Where is it? Urethra as ejaculatory duct. These ducts store and transport sperm. That is the function of the secondary sex organ. What do the secondary sex organs do? Secondary sex organs store and release the sperm, yes, from the testes to the outside through the urethra. The urethra originates from the urinary bladder and extends through the penis to its external opening called as urethral meatus. The external opening of the urethra is called as urethral meatus. Urethral meatus is the opening of urethra. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? Any doubt here? You can ask me right now. Any doubt here? I can ask me. See, the first one is your radiate testis. See, MD, if you learn the flow chart now, but in the exam they will not give a flow chart. In the exam they will give you the diagram directly. So you need to learn with the help of diagram instead of flow. See, there are some cases when you need to learn the flow chart, like a spermatogenesis, you need to learn the flow chart. But for this, you need to learn with the help of diagram. Okay. See, first is radiate testis, then vasa efferentia, then epididymis, then vas deferens. Now, vas deferens is getting a duct from seminal vesicle that is opening into urethra, that is called as ejaculatory duct. Urethra opens into urethral meatus. Yes. Then we have three glands here called as seminal vesicle, prostate and bulbourethral gland. The end part of the penis is called as glans penis, which is covered by a foreskin called as, loose skin called as foreskin. Clear? Any doubt here? Ask me right now. Every line of NCERT should be clear to you. Any doubt in this paragraph? Any doubt, anyone in this particular paragraph? If there is no doubt, I want all of you to hit the like button. See, the reason I tell you to hit the like button, right? Yesterday, all of you hit the like button. Yesterday, all of you hit the like button and the video has gone good. Because more you like the video, the more it will reach. That is the YouTube algorithm. I'm not hiding it. The more you like the video, the more YouTube will recommend the video to other students. So if you want other students also to benefit from this lecture, I want everyone to like the video. Okay. Now, here, let's understand this diagram. This is the seminiferous tubule. Inside the lining of seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. One is your, Sertoli cell. Other one is your spermatogonia. The spermatogonia is also called as your what? Male germ cell. Then what is this spermatozoa? Spermatozoa is nothing but sperm. Now outside the seminiferous tubule is called as interstitial space. In the interstitial space, what do we have? In the interstitial space we have interstitial cells plus blood vessels. So here we have interstitial cells plus blood vessels, and this interstitial cell is nothing but your Leydig cell. Clear? Any doubt? Any doubt here? You can ask me. Any kind of confusion you can ask me right now. Any kind of confusion you can ask me right now. Any confusion? What is the confusion? Ask me. This is your Leydig cells. Spermatogonia is male germ cell. The male germ cell or spermatogonia later becomes sperm. Then we have spermatozoa, that is nothing but the sperm. Then we have Sertoli cells. The Sertoli cells are also called as nurse cells, which provides nutrition to the germ cell. Clear? Amazing. Now, let's see the NCERT line. The penis is the male external genitalia. Yes, I told you already. It is made up of special tissue that help in erection of the penis to facilitate the insemination. See, I forgot to mention this. Can you see this pink color region? This pink color region, that is called as what? The pink color region here is called as erectile tissues. They are called as erectile tissue. When you do your MBBS, you will learn other names, that is corposa and your spongiosum. Corposa cavernosa, that is your erectile tissue, right? Those are different type of erectile tissues which you will learn later on. Not given in your NCERT, it will not be asked in your NEET examination. All you need to know is these are the erectile tissues. These are the erectile tissues. Clear? Now, insemination. What is insemination? Insemination is release of the sperm into the female genital tract. The enlarged end of the penis is called as your glans penis. It is covered by loose fold skin called as foreskin. The male accessory glands. What are the accessory glands? 3 different glands. Includes a pair of seminal vesicle. Seminal vesicle is paired. Yes, seminal vesicle is paired. Prostate. See, NCERT is very clever. NCERT is telling you seminal vesicle is paired. Bulbourethral is also paired. But what about prostate? Prostate is actually single. Prostate is what? It is unpaired or single. Unpaired or single. Unpaired or single. Clear? The secretions of the glands constitute the seminal plasma. So what is seminal plasma? Seminal plasma is nothing but seminal plasma. There won't be any space to write. Seminal plasma is nothing but secretions from bulbourethral gland, secretions from your seminal vesicle, plus secretions from the prostate gland, plus secretions from the bulbourethral gland. All 3 secretions make up the seminal plasma. It makes up the seminal plasma. Now listen to me very carefully. This seminal plasma plus the sperm. Seminal plasma plus sperm. So how many questions can we expect from this chapter? So in today's class, I have more than 30 previous year questions, and these previous year questions are not just from NEET, all the way from the AIPMT, AIMS level questions I have in today's class. So if you think I'm going to only teach you NCERT lines, no, I am going to make you solve questions also today. Around 30 questions are there in today's session. 30 questions, and all the questions are previous year NEET questions, also AIPMT questions. Okay. Sir, I was cleared NEET 2023 with the help of Vedantu in this team. Yes, definitely you can. Sir, each compartment of the 250 contains Sertoli cells and spermatogonia. No. See here. There are totally 250 compartments. In total, there are 250 compartments. I wrote somewhere, no? In total, there are, I skipped it, I guess. I erased it. In total, inside the testis, there are 250 compartments, and inside the 250 compartments, inside every compartment, there are 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule. That is the answer. Every compartment has seminiferous tubule inside. So totally 250 testicular lobules. Inside the testicular lobule, every testicular lobule, there are 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule. Clear? Every testicular lobule will have a highly coiled structure called as seminiferous tubule. Clear? Now, this is also done. Seminal plasma is what? Seminal plasma is secretions from seminal vesicle plus prostate plus bulbourethral. All the secretions are called as seminal plasma. Seminal plasma plus sperm gives semen. Clear? The secretions of the bulbourethral gland also helps in, I think we skipped the line. Seminal plasma, which is rich in fructose. Fructose is the nutrition to the sperm. Calcium is required for the sperm motility. Yes, sperm motility. And certain enzymes. So fructose, calcium and enzymes are present in the seminal plasma. They are present in the seminal plasma. The secretions of the bulbourethral gland also helps in the lubrication of the penis. The secretions of bulbar urethra helps in lubricating the penis during the intercourse. Clear? Clear, everyone? Can you solve some questions now? Can we solve some questions? Yes, we can solve some questions. The question number 1 is right here. The question number 1, the shared terminal duct for the reproductive and urinary system in human males. A common duct which is found in your, present for urine release as well as sperm release. Which is it? I'll give you 10 seconds. This is a NEET PYQ, NEET previous year question. Tell me fast. The answer is very simple. That is the urethra. Urethra is a common passage for the release of both sperm as well as the urine. Next question. The testes in humans are situated outside the abdominal cavity inside a pouch called as scrotum. The purpose of is served by. Why are testes outside the body? Why is testes outside the abdominal cavity? Tell me first. You have 4 options. Escaping any possible compression by your vesical organs, visceral organs, providing more space for the growth of the epididymis, provides a secondary sexual feature for the exhibiting the male sex, maintaining the scrotal temperature lower than the internal body temperature. First, obviously maintain the lower temperature. Option number 4, all of you +8 in the chat. All of you +8 in the chat, because students, throughout the session we will have in total of 30 marks. I want everyone to make sure you know how many marks you got. Okay, so +8 for all of you. If you were able to answer the first question, 4 marks. If you're able to answer this question, 4 more marks. All of you +8 if you're answering correctly. The next question is a AR question. At puberty, the human male develops secondary sexual characters. At puberty, human male develops secondary sexual characters. At puberty, there is decrease in secretions of the testosterone in male. You have an assertion, you have a reason. Options are, if both assertion and reason are true and reason is correct explanation of the assertion. Both assertion and reason are true, but the reason is not a correct explanation of your assertion. If the assertion is true but the reason is false. If the both reason and assertion are both are false. 10 seconds, time starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The answer is, obviously students, this is a wrong statement. Yes, at puberty, the testosterone level is increasing. At puberty, testosterone level is increasing. If you were able to answer the question, I want everyone to add the marks and I want to see everyone's marks now. Tell me fast. What is your marks? Tell me. Tell me your marks in the chat. I'm looking at the marks. If you were able to answer the following 3 questions, I want to see your marks in the chat. Everyone. +12, amazing. Let's go to the next question. How many seminiferous tubule will be there per testicular lobule? Per testicular lobule, how many seminiferous tubules are present? Quickly, 10 seconds. Take 10 seconds to all of you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. No more time is given to all of you. The answer is obviously around 1 to 3. Around 1 to 3 seminiferous tubule are present inside the testicular lobule. And how many testicular lobules? In total, there are 250 testicular lobules inside the testis. Amazing. Now quickly tell me your marks. Quickly tell me your marks. Quickly tell me your marks. Now, next question. The Leydig cells are present in. Where do you find Leydig cells? Leydig cells are present in seminiferous tubule, outside the seminiferous tubule, scrotal wall, within the male germ cell. Within the male germ cell. Tell me fast. You have 10 seconds to answer this question. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. We know Leydig cell is also called as interstitial cell. Interstitial cell is present in the interstitial space. Interstitial space is outside the seminiferous tubule. Now, quickly everyone in the chat, I want to know your marks now. Quickly tell me your marks. How many of you are able to follow the session? If you're able to follow the session, you're able to answer the questions. Okay. The next question. Each seminiferous tubule is lined on its inside. Inside the seminiferous tubule, what do we have? This was your seminiferous tubule. Inside the seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. That is it only spermatogonia? Is it primary spermatocyte? Or is it Sertoli cell? Or is it both 1 and 3? 10 seconds starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The answer here is both. That is spermatogonia, also called as male germ cell, and also Sertoli cells. Both the different cells will be present in the inner lining of the seminiferous tubule. So both 1 and 3 are correct. Now quickly in the chat, tell me your marks. How many marks did you obtain now? Tell me fast. No. This is a question where some of you might go wrong. Why? Because I have not taught this concept. Without teaching a concept, I am adding a question now to check your knowledge. How many of you know the answer? Okay, I have not taught you this concept yet. This concept has not come out yet. Okay. What causes the onset of puberty in males? What causes the onset of puberty in males? Increase in secretion of testosterone by testes, decrease in secretion of testosterone by testes, increase in the secretion of GnRH by hypothalamus, decrease in secretions of GnRH by hypothalamus. Now quickly tell me in the chat, what is the answer for this question? Quickly tell me in the chat. I'll give you 10 seconds again as usual. You get 10 seconds to answer this question. 10 seconds to answer this question. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The answer here is option number 3. Option number 3 is the right answer here. Yes, option number 3 is the right answer. Now, sir, can you explain it? Definitely, why not? I can explain this. Tell me. Now, students, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very, very carefully. The GnRH, gonadotropin releasing hormone, GnRH is stimulated by hypothalamus. Yes, GnRH is stimulated by hypothalamus, and this GnRH acts on your anterior pituitary. This acts on the anterior pituitary. Now this anterior pituitary, right? This anterior pituitary is able to stimulate two types of hormones. Is able to stimulate both FSH as well as LH. Now this FSH, yes, for FSH will act on Sertoli cells, and L for Leydig cell, your LH will act on Leydig cells. So whenever a human male is reaching the puberty, there is increase of GnRH. And that GnRH, because of the increase in GnRH stimulated by your hypothalamus, that will result in the puberty. Now this Leydig cells will produce what? Leydig cells will produce your androgen. That is nothing but testosterone, increase in level of androgen, then it will cause puberty. But what is the main source? The main source is increase in GnRH, that is stimulated by hypothalamus. Clear? Is the concept clear to all of you? Because this is the line of NCERT. This is also a line of NCERT which I'll be covering later on. I'll be covering this line of NCERT later on, but I wanted my students to understand the concept. Clear? I'll repeat one more time. Whenever a human male reaches puberty, when a human male reaches puberty, the level of GnRH is increasing. The level of GnRH is increasing when a male is reaching puberty. Increased level of GnRH is stimulated by hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is stimulating GnRH, gonadotropin releasing hormone. GnRH will act on anterior pituitary. It will act on anterior pituitary, and this anterior pituitary will stimulate FSH, LH. Now, what is the trick here? Trick here is FS, right? S for Sertoli cell, L for Leydig cell. So FSH will act on Sertoli cell, LH will act on Leydig cells, and Leydig cells will produce androgen later on. They will produce androgen later on. Clear? Amazing. Now quickly tell me in the chat your marks now. Quickly tell me in the chat all of your marks. Tell me all of your marks. If any doubt till now in male reproductive structure, ask me right now, because male reproductive structure is over. Now we are going towards female reproductive system. Now we are starting with female reproductive system. Clear? 28. Amazing. So many students, I can see 28. I'm super happy. I am super happy. Okay. Now students, remember your marks. Shivani, all of you, please remember your marks, because in total we have today 30 questions. 30 questions are there. So every single concept will have questions later on. So remember your marks. Okay. Now quickly give me red hearts in the chat today if I can start the female reproductive system. Clear? Now just like your male reproductive system, the female reproductive system can again be broadly classified into primary sex organs. Yes, primary sex organ, and also secondary sex organs. Just like your male, female reproductive system can be broadly classified into primary sex organ and secondary sex organ. The primary sex organ, again, primary sex organ should be able to produce gametes, plus, and also what? The other function of the primary sex organ is what? To produce the hormones, sex hormones, produce the sex hormones. And the primary sex organ in the case of your female reproductive system is nothing other than your ovaries. The primary sex organ in the case of female reproductive system is ovaries. It is none other than ovaries. Now what about secondary sex organs? Secondary sex organs are your oviduct, uterus, cervix, vagina, and external genitalia are part of the secondary sex organ. I don't think so cervix is there. Cervix is not part of your secondary sex organ. I will tell you why. Wait. Now let's read the NCERT lines. The female reproductive system consists of a pair of ovaries along with a pair of oviduct. So oviduct is a pair, oviduct is present in pair, ovaries are also present in paired. Now what about uterus? Uterus is actually present as a single commodity. Uterus is only single. Uterus is unpaired or single here. Single. What about cervix, vagina? Cervix and vagina are also unpaired or present as single. And external genitalia. External genitalia in the case of female is called as vulva. It is called as vulva. Okay. Located in the pelvic region. The entire female reproductive system is located in the pelvic region, again between the two coxal bones. But in the case of female, the coxal bones, the hip is more wide. Why is it more wide? Because to make sure the female is able to, give birth to the baby, to carry the weight of the baby, the female hips are much more wider. Okay. Now these parts of the system, along with the pair of mammary glands, are integrated structurally and functionally to support the process of ovulation. What is ovulation? Ovulation is nothing but release of egg or ovum. Ovulation is nothing but release of egg or ovum. Clear? Fertilization, pregnancy, childbirth and child care. What is pregnancy? Pregnancy is the period where the mother is pregnant. Clear? Now here, ovaries are primary female sex organs. Yes, I told you ovaries are primary sex organs here that produce the female gametes or ovum. That is the first function. I told you the first function of the primary sex organ is release of gametes, that is the ovum here, and several steroidal hormones like what? Several steroidal hormones like estrogen and progesterone. Those are the steroidal hormones. Now quickly tell me in the chat, steroidal hormones, are they water soluble or they lipid soluble? Tell me in the chat quickly. If you have learned chemical coordination, you should be able to answer. The steroidal hormones are lipid soluble. Steroidal hormones are lipid soluble. Clear? Now, where are we? Or the ovarian hormones. The ovaries are located on one on each side of the lower abdomen. So in the lower abdomen there are one on each side. One on each side there is ovary. So in total there are 2 ovaries. Okay. Now each ovary is about 2 to 4 centimeter in length and it is connected to the pelvic wall, and ovary is connected to the pelvic wall as well as the uterus with the help of ligaments, and uterus by ligaments. These ligaments are like your mesovarium ligaments. That is not in your NCERT. Don't break your head. Don't break your head. What is not in NCERT? Break your head on what is given in NCERT. Clear? So ovaries are attached to the pelvic wall and uterus with the help of ligaments. Now each ovary is covered by a thin epithelium. The ovary is covered by a thin epithelium which is enclosed by ovarian stroma. Now the stroma is divided into 2 zones, that is a peripheral cortex and an inner medulla. Now some of the students here, you understood everything here till here, but sir, can you teach me the last 2 lines better? Yes, I'll teach you the last 2 lines here with the help of diagram. Can we draw an ovary? Let's draw an ovary. If this is your ovary, the ovary has a outer covering. The outer covering of ovary is called as what? It's called as epithelium. It has a thin epithelium here. It has an outer thin epithelium. Yes, the ovary has an outer covering called as epithelium. Clear? Now, inside part of the ovary is called as your stroma. The inside part is called as ovarian stroma. The inside part is called as what? Ovarian stroma. The inside part of the ovary is called as ovarian stroma. Now this, what is ovarian stroma? Ovarian stroma is nothing but loose connective tissues. Ovarian stroma is made up of loose connective tissue. Clear? Ovarian stroma is made up of loose connective tissue. Now this ovarian stroma has 2 parts. Yes sir, the ovarian stroma has 2 different parts. The outer part, the outer periphery part here, outer periphery part is called as outer cortex. It is called as what? Outer cortex. The inner part of the ovarian stroma is called as inner medulla. Inner medulla, called as what? Inner medulla. So this is peripheral cortex, also called as outer cortex and inner medulla. So entire stroma, that is ovarian stroma, is divided into two parts, the outer cortex and inner medulla. Now this outer cortex here, right, this outer cortex, what is it made up of? The outer cortex usually has the ovarian follicles. It has what? The inside of the outer cortex has ovarian follicles. You know, primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle. All the follicles are present on the periphery, that is in the outer cortex region. Then what is present in the inner medulla? The inside the inner medulla, in the inner medulla, it mainly has blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, and also lot of nerves. Lot of nerves. That is the entire decoding of the paragraph. So the entire ovary has an outer epithelium layer, thin epithelium layer, which encloses the ovarian stroma, which has the ovarian stroma. What is ovarian stroma? It is loose connective tissue. Ovarian stroma is a loose connective tissue. The ovarian stroma has two parts, outer cortex, also called as peripheral cortex. The inner part is called as inner medulla. What is present in the outer cortex? In the outer cortex region we have ovarian follicles. In the inner medulla region, it is made up of blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, as well as nerves. Clear? Does everyone understand this? Do you understand the diagram? Do you understand these lines of NCERT? Do you understand the lines of NCERT? If you understand the lines of NCERT, just say yes sir in the chat. We are understanding every word you're saying. Okay? Now, let's go to the next concept. Here, let's decode this diagram. I will teach you urethra, all this part later on with the help of other diagram. Let's focus on this. Let's focus on this right now. Okay. Now, the external genitalia. The external genitalia of the female reproductive system is called as vulva. The vulva is actually made up of multiple different layers or the multiple different parts. The outer part is called as your labia majora. Yes, labia majora. Labia majora is a fleshy foldings. It is like a fleshy foldings which has fat deposition. Then, and this labia majora completely covers, it completely runs down and covers the vaginal opening called as vaginal orifice. Now, lateral present, there are lateral tissues. The lateral foldings which are present to the majora is called as labia minora. So we have labia majora, then we have labia minora, and in the middle we have a hole that is called as vaginal orifice, and on top of the labia majora is called as clitoris. Clitoris is a finger-like structure. Which has a lot of nerve endings. And the clitoris also has erectile tissues. Remember that. The clitoris also has erectile tissues. Clear? Clitoris on the top, then it is pons pubis is there. Pons pubis is a fatty tissue which has the skin as well as the pubic hair. Then we have labia majora, then labia minora, and vaginal orifice. Vaginal orifice is the vaginal opening. Clear? Now, this is the diagram I want all of you to understand. This is the diagram I want every one of you to understand here clearly. Okay, I already told you ovary is present as a pair. Yes, ovary is present as a pair. Yes sir, you told me that. Ovary is attached to the pelvic region. Ovary is attached to the pelvic region and uterus with the help of ligaments. With the help of ligaments. Yes, that was correct. Now ovary produces ovum or secondary oocyte. Yes, ovary produces ovum or secondary oocyte. Now that ovum or secondary oocyte is picked up. The ovum or the secondary oocyte is picked up by a finger-like structure called as fimbriae. Fimbriae are a finger-like structure which helps in picking up the egg. Now once egg is picked up, there is a small hole here called as ostia. Small hole called as ostia. Through the ostia, the egg reaches the cone-shaped structure called as infundibulum. The cone-shaped structure called as infundibulum. Yes. Now the egg will travel. The egg will travel to a much more wider area called as ampulla. Ampulla is much more wider area. The infundibulum is a cone-shaped structure. Cone-shaped structure. Now this is the region. Ampulla is the region. Ampulla is the region where fertilization takes place. Ampulla is the region where fertilization takes place. Fertilization takes place in the ampulla region. The sperm will travel and it will come here. The egg will travel there, and the fertilization between egg and the sperm happens in the ampulla region. Then the zygote travels to a narrow region. The zygote travels a narrow region called as isthmus. Isthmus is much more of a narrow region, right? Much more narrow region. Then the zygote is traveling. The zygote will travel. As the zygote is traveling, the zygote will undergo division. The zygote will start to divide, and later on the zygote becomes something called as blastocyst. That blastocyst will attach to the uterine wall. Blastocyst will attach to the uterine wall. Now if you look at the uterus has something called as uterine fundus. This portion, the entire uterus is also called as womb. It is also called as hysteria, but that is not given in your NCERT. What is given in your NCERT? Uterus or womb. This is the entire thing is called as uterus, which looks like, the uterus looks like a inverted pear. It looks like a inverted pear. Inverted pear. Now the entire uterus is divided into three different layers. Entire uterus is divided into three different layers. The outermost layer is called as perimetrium. Perimetrium is the outermost layer, and it is a very thin layer. The perimetrium is the outermost layer. It is a very thin layer. Then in the middle we have the myometrium. Now this myometrium is made up of smooth muscle cells. This myometrium is made up of smooth muscle cells, and this myometrium undergoes contraction during the childbirth. During the childbirth, myometrium will undergo contraction. Clear? Then we finally have the innermost layer. The innermost layer is called as endometrium. The endometrium will undergo cyclic changes every month, because the entire menstrual cycle is dependent on the endometrium. So endometrium undergoes cyclic changes every month, and the same endometrium it is a more glandular in nature. It is more glandular. Glandular in nature. Now someone is asking me, sir, if option is given as ampullary isthmus region, the ampullary isthmus region will not be given anymore, because ampullary isthmus region used to be in the old NCERT. When I was studying class 12th, it used to be ampullary isthmus region, but now it is called just as ampullary region. They will not give you ampullary isthmus region. Clear? Then the uterus open into vagina. The uterus will open into vagina through a small gap called as cervix. Small gap called as cervix. And the canal of the cervix is called as cervical canal. The canal of the cervix is called as cervical canal. Now this vagina plus cervix is called as birth canal. Is called as what? Birth canal. Vagina plus cervix is called as birth canal. Clear? I hope I've covered every line here. Now here the entire thing, that is infundibulum, ampulla, isthmus region, together they are called as fallopian tube. Together they are called as fallopian tube. The fallopian tube is also called as oviduct. The fallopian tube is also called as oviduct. Clear? Now I'll make you read the lines of NCERT. Tell me after that if you have any doubt. I will clear it on live. Okay? Now let's read the NCERT lines. The oviduct, also called as fallopian tube. Yes, oviduct is also called as fallopian tube. The uterus and vagina are constituted the female accessory ducts. Now if you notice here, students, if you notice here very clearly, in the accessory ducts they have not mentioned, NCERT is not mentioning cervix and cervical canal. They are not part of your accessory ducts. See here, only fallopian tube, uterus and vagina are part of accessory ducts, not cervix. Now if you in examination, if you get a question, odd one out question, which of the following are accessory ducts, you will be given options. Option number A is fallopian tube, option number B is uterus, option number C is vagina, option number 4 is cervix. You should tick on cervix because cervix is not a part of accessory duct. Remember that. Now each fallopian tube is about 10 to 12 centimeter long and extends from the periphery of each ovary to the uterus. From periphery it extends towards the uterus. Now the part closer to the ovary, the part which is the closest to the ovary here, the part which is closest to the ovary is called as infundibulum. It's called as infundibulum, right? Ovary is a funnel shaped structure called as infundibulum. See, I told you, funnel or cone shape. Funnel or cone shape is called as infundibulum. Okay, the edge of the infundibulum possesses finger-like structure called as fimbriae, which help in collection of the ovum. I told you they help in collecting the ovum after ovulation. The infundibulum leads to a wide part called as ampulla. Here, infundibulum leads to a wider part called as ampulla. The last part of the oviduct is isthmus, a narrow lumen, and it joins the uterus. It is a narrow lumen which joins the uterus. Clear? Next paragraph of NCERT. The uterus is single. I told you, uterus is present as a single. Yes, uterus present as single, and it is also called as womb. Uterus is present as single. It is also called as womb. The shape of the uterus is like inverted pear. Yes, inverted pear shape. It is supported by ligaments. That it is supported by ligaments attached to the pelvic wall. The uterus opens into vagina. I told you, the uterus will open into vagina through cervix, through a narrow cervix. The cavity of the cervix is called as cervical canal. The cavity of the cervix is called as cervical canal, which along with vagina, cervical canal plus vagina forms the birth canal. Cervical canal plus vagina forms the birth canal. See, the wall of the uterus has 3 layers of tissue. Yes, wall of the uterus has 3 different layers. The external thin membrane is called as perimetrium. The outermost extremely thin membrane is called as perimetrium. The middle thick layer made of smooth muscle cells or smooth muscles is called as myometrium. smooth muscle tissues, no cells. The inner glandular layer is called as endometrium. See, outer thin myometrium, that is smooth muscle tissues, then endometrium, which is glandular in nature. That lines the uterine cavity. The endometrium undergoes cyclic changes during the menstrual cycle. During the menstrual cycle, endometrium is undergoing cyclic changes. That is, endometrium is becoming much more thicker, then it is becoming thinner again. While the myometrium exhibits strong contraction, the myometrium will show strong contraction during the childbirth. I told you that also. During the delivery of the baby, that is during the childbirth. Now I'll ask you one more question here. After reading the lines of NCERT, after clearing the concept, let me ask you a question. Okay, I told you the egg or the ovum is moving like this. It is moving, but how is it moving? Does the egg or the ovum, does it have legs to move like this? The answer is no, it doesn't have any legs. And even when the zygote formation happens here, how is the zygote moving here? How can the zygote move? Does the zygote have legs? No. Then how is the zygote and the embryo and zygote and the egg are moving? The answer is very simple. The movement here is called as ciliated movement. It is called as ciliated movement because the ovary wall, not the ovary wall, the entire wall of your fallopian tube, the fallopian tube wall is made up of columnar ciliated epithelium. It is made up of columnar ciliated epithelium. The egg or the ovum will show ciliary movement. Clear? That you will learn in locomotion chapter. That you will be learning in locomotion chapter. Clear? Amazing. Now, next, the female external genitalia. The female external genitalia is called as vulva. I told you. Yes, it's called as vulva. It includes mons pubis. What is mons pubis? Mons pubis is a fatty tissue which has pubic hair as well as a lot of fat depositions. Mons pubis, labia majora, labia minora, and hymen and clitoris. Hymen and clitoris. Now, mons pubis is a cushion of fatty tissues covered by skin and pubic hair. Yes, mons pubis is a fatty tissue which has skin and pubic hair. The labia majora are fleshy folds of tissues. I told you, labia majora are fleshy folds which extends down the mons pubis. It will extend down the mons pubis and surround the vaginal opening. It will completely surround the vaginal opening. The labia minora are paired folds of tissue. They are paired folds of tissues under the labia majora. Under the labia majora. So labia minora are found underneath the labia majora. Clear? The opening of the vagina often covered by a partial membrane called as hymen. The clitoris is a tiny finger-like structure. Clitoris is a tiny finger-like structure which lies at the upper junction of the two labia minora. I think I said major at the time. It is labia minora, above the uteral opening, above the urethral opening. Now students, here are two things which I have to tell you. Two things. In the case of female, there are actually two different openings. But in the case of male, we had a common opening that was called as urogenital tract. The release of the semen as well as the release of the urine was a common passage in the case of male. But in the case of female, there are actually two different openings. One opening is called as your urethral opening, where the urine is released out. The other opening is called as vaginal opening. The other is called as your vaginal opening. Where is it written? Yes, other one is called as vaginal opening. So in the case of female, there are two different openings separate for the vaginal opening as well as the urethral opening. In urethral opening, urine release happens. In vaginal opening, through which the baby is born. And also remember, during the menstrual cycle, the release of the blood is through the vaginal opening. The release of blood is through vaginal opening. That is some of the concepts which your tuition will not teach you, your school will not teach you. Even when you grow old also, there are so many people who do not know this still. But my students should know this. Okay, the next part I want all of you to understand here is, the hymen is often torn during the first coitus. Yes, it is often, but not always. It is often. However, it can also be broken by a sudden fall, or if the female is involved in a lot of horseback riding or a lot of sports. Yes, that is, or insertion of vaginal tampons, active participation in some sports like horseback riding, cycling, etc. In some women, the hymen will be present even after the coitus. Persist even after the coitus. In fact, the presence or absence of hymen is not reliable indication of virginity or sexual experience. So presence or absence of hymen does not indicate if the particular female is virgin or not virgin. So remember that, because there are so many instances where hymen layer can break even without the coitus, where a female can undergo certain sports. When she's playing certain sports, a sudden fall can also break the hymen layer. Clear? That is the 2 points which I want all of you to understand. So all my students, you will become doctors later on. So this is the general information which I have to give you. Even your NCERT is giving you. Okay? Now, the next one is the mammary glands. Now here mammary glands, if you notice, this is the areola region, which is much more darker region. Then this is the nipples, which the milk is ejected outside. Then there is lactiferous duct, where milk is stored and released. Then there is ampulla region, which is the much more swollen region, here. Then there is mammary ducts, multiple ducts. Then your mammary alveolus, mammary lobes, different mammary lobes, and a lot of fat. The fat is nothing but your adipose tissue. Then there are ribs here. Now quickly tell me in the chat how many pair of ribs are present in the case of humans. Tell me fast. Then there is pectoris, major muscles are present here. Now here the question can be asked in two different manner. I'll tell you quickly, listen to me very carefully, listen to me the words here. The functional mammary gland is characteristic of all female mammals. Of all the female mammals, functional mammary gland will be present in the females. There is no exception whatsoever. Because of this very reason, platypus is present in the mammals. If not, the platypus was mentioned somewhere else. But the female platypus has functional mammary glands. That is why even the platypus, even though it lays eggs, right? Even though it has other features, it is still in the mammals. The mammary glands are paired. Yes, there's a pair of mammary glands structures called as breasts that contain glandular tissue. It has glandular tissues. Along with the glandular tissues, it has variable amount of fat. The glandular tissues of each breast is divided into 15 to 20 mammary lobules. So there are mammary glands are divided into mammary lobules. Yes, containing clusters of cells. Containing clusters of cells called as alveoli. Now someone is asking me, so hymen layer doesn't break during menstrual cycle? The answer is very simple. I told you it is a membrane. Now there are multiple types of membranes. Membrane can be selectively, it release tongue. So membrane means it is a small membrane layer. Things can pass through it. Yes, things can pass through it. Only when there is a small, larger construction, when a sudden hit happens, when a sudden fall happens, the membrane will break. So membrane can selectively transport stuff. Yes, it is a membrane, right? Now here the question will be asked. The mammary lobes containing clusters of cells called as alveoli. Now this alveoli has two main functions. Alveoli is the site for milk production, and also the same alveoli also stores the milk. It also stores the milk. See, the cells of the alveoli secrete milk, which is all stored in the cavities or the lumen of the alveoli. So the secretion of milk is happening, and also storage of the milk is happening in the alveoli. Now this last paragraph I will be telling you in the form of a flow chart, because the question will come from here. The question will come from here. Okay. The alveoli open into mammary tubules. It opens into mammary tubules. The tubules of each lobe join to form mammary duct. Mammary tubules join together to form the mammary ducts. Several mammary ducts join to form the wide mammillary ampulla. Mammary duct join together to form the mammary ampulla. Mammary ampulla, which is connected to the lactiferous duct. Mammary ampulla is connected to lactiferous duct, through which milk is sucked out. That is, lactiferous duct is connected to the nipples. It's connected to the nipples, through which the milk is sucked out. Clear? First is the alveoli, then we have mammary tubules, mammary ducts, mammillary ampulla, lactiferous duct, and finally the nipples. That is the entire of the mammary glands. The question here can come from this part. The question here can come from the glandular part. The question can come from the function of alveoli. Nothing much more than that. Nothing more than that. Question will come here. Clear? Now, that was the end of female reproductive system. That was the end of female reproductive system. Any doubt here? Yes, you can ask. Please ask the doubt. Please ask the doubts. I'm looking at the chat. You can ask your doubts right now. Please ask the doubts. I'll give you a minute to ask the doubts. I didn't get my water here. I'll give you 1 minute to ask all your doubts. Sir, PYQs, yes, there are PYQs. Practical experience, no. I'm very young still. Not at all. Nothing else other than that. PYQs, yes, there is PYQs. There are PYQs, don't worry. Okay? Now, can we start with gametogenesis? Now, I want every one of you to go bring a book. Right? Take a piece of sheet of paper and write down the flow chart with me. Okay? Please bring a book or a piece of paper and write down the flow chart with me. Clear? So can you repeat the mammary gland sequence? Definitely. See, alveoli is the structure where milk is secreted and also the milk is stored. Alveoli open into mammary tubules. Mammary tubules join together to form the mammary duct. Yes, mammary duct then it goes to a much more wider area called as mammary ampulla, that is here, which is connected to the lactiferous duct. From the lactiferous duct, the milk is sucked out to the nipples. That is a sequence I want everyone to write down. Okay, that is the sequence. Clear? Now, can we start with spermatogenesis and oogenesis? Before we read the paragraph, can we draw? Quickly tell me in the chat if I can start the spermatogenesis now. If I can start the spermatogenesis quickly, can we start? If I can start quickly, give me a red hearts in the chat. I want to see the complete chat with the red hearts. Write down the spermatogenesis with me. Okay? Now, the first point here I want all of you to understand here is spermatogenesis starts at the puberty. The spermatogenesis start at the puberty, and here we have the spermatogonia. Yes, we have the spermatogonia. Spermatogonia is also called as male germ cell. Spermatogonia is also called as male germ cell. Yes, spermatogonia is also called as male germ cell. Now this male germ cell or spermatogonia, is it diploid or is it haploid? The male germ cell or spermatogonia is diploid in nature. Yes, diploid in nature. Now this will undergo mitosis. This will undergo mitosis. Now students, in mitosis, is there a change in ploidy? No. They will just increase in number. Yes, they will increase in number. Now one such spermatogonia undergoes growth. This spermatogonia here will show growth. Yes, it is growing now. It is showing growth. And it becomes much more bigger in structure, diploid. This spermatogonia which underwent growth is called as primary spermatocyte. This is called as what? Primary spermatocyte. Primary spermatocyte. Now this primary spermatocyte is undergoing meiosis now. Undergoing meiosis 1. Yes, it is undergoing meiosis 1. When primary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 1, it produces 2 haploid gametes. Yes, it produces 2 different haploid gametes. That's 22 plus X, 22 plus Y. 2 different haploid gametes, and these haploid gametes are called as your secondary spermatocyte. They are called as what? This is primary spermatocyte here. Primary spermatocyte. Now we have the secondary, right? We have the secondary spermatocyte. Secondary spermatocyte. Now we know in meiosis there are 2 stages, meiosis 1 and meiosis 2. Now this particular secondary spermatocyte will undergo meiosis 2. When the secondary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 2, it produces 4 haploid gametes. These 2 are your 22 plus X. These 2 are 22 plus Y. 22 plus X and 22 plus Y. And these haploid gametes are called as spermatids. They are called as what? Spermatids. They are called as what? Spermatids. They are called as haploid gametes are called as spermatids. Now these spermatids right here. These spermatids will undergo a process. These spermatids, do they look like sperms now? Do they look like sperm? No, they are round structure. Now these spermatids will undergo a process called as spermiogenesis. They'll go a process called as spermiogenesis. When these spermatids undergo spermiogenesis, they produce sperms, also called as, these are called as sperms, also called as spermatozoa. Spermatozoa or sperms. Spermatozoa or sperms. Now these spermatozoa or sperms will take its head and embedded inside the Sertoli cell. They take the head, they embed it into the Sertoli cell. Now once it embedded into Sertoli cell, the release of the sperm from the Sertoli cell is called as spermiation. That is called as spermiation. So what is spermiation? Spermiation, write down here, till it is over. Then we have something called as spermiation. Spermiation is release of sperm from seminiferous tubule. They are released from the seminiferous tubule, that is called as spermiation. Now quickly write down or take a screenshot, but before that I will explain you the entire thing one more time. Okay, listen to me very carefully now. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Now initially we had spermatogonia, also called as male germ cell. This spermatogonia or male germ cell undergoes mitosis. It undergoes mitosis, and in mitosis there is only increase in number. Yes, they're increasing in number. Now one such spermatogonia undergoes growth. It will undergo growth. It will become big in size. That is called as primary spermatocyte. Now this primary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 1. It is undergoing meiosis 1. When the primary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 1, it produces 2 haploid gametes called as secondary spermatocyte. These are your secondary spermatocyte. Now this secondary spermatocyte undergoes again meiosis 2. It is undergoing meiosis 2. When the secondary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 2, it produces 4 haploid gametes. It produces 4 haploid gametes called as spermatids. They are called as what? Spermatids. They are called as spermatids. Now these spermatids do not look like your sperm. Yes. Now these spermatids will undergo a process called as spermiogenesis. Someone was asking me that time, what is spermiogenesis? Spermiogenesis is a process which converts spermatids into spermatozoa. Spermiogenesis is the process which converts spermatids into spermatozoa or sperm Now this sperm will take its head. This sperm will take its head and embed inside the Sertoli cell. Now the sperm is released from the Sertoli cell. They are released from the seminiferous tubule. That release of the sperm from the seminiferous tubule is called as spermiation. That is called as spermiation. Any doubt, ask me right now. I will move aside. Just look at the flow chart. Take a screenshot right now. Take a screenshot. Move aside. Any doubt, you can ask me regarding spermatogenesis. And remember, spermatogenesis starts at the puberty. Spermatogenesis starts at the puberty. Any doubt? Any doubt? Tell me, ask me fast. Any doubt? Ask me right now. No doubt? Amazing. Now similarly, I will be teaching you the entire of your, I'll be teaching the Oogenesis also. I'll be teaching Oogenesis also with the help of flow chart. So please write down with me that also. Okay? Clear? Clear? Amazing. Now, one second students, this wire is getting, no doubt. Now, let's read the NCERT lines. The primary sex organ, see, NCERT is mentioning the primary sex organ here. the primary sex organ, the testis in the males and the ovaries in the female produce the gametes. I told you the primary sex organ is the testis in the case of male, ovaries in the case of female. Sperms and ovum respectively by the process called as gametogenesis. In testis, the immature male germ cell, also called as spermatogonia, produces sperm by spermatogenesis. That is begins at the puberty. The spermatogenesis starts at the puberty. The spermatogonium present on the inside walls of the seminiferous tubule, right? They are present on the inner lining of the seminiferous tubule. Yes, multiply by mitosis. Starting they undergo mitosis, division and increase in number. See here, first they undergo mitosis, they increase in number. Each spermatogonia is diploid. Yes, each spermatogonia is diploid in nature and contains 46 chromosomes. It is diploid and it contains 46 chromosomes. Some of the spermatogonia called as primary spermatocyte periodically undergo meiosis. See here, one of the growth one is called as primary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis. A primary spermatocyte completes the first meiotic division, reduction division, leading to the formation of two equal haploid cells. It produces two equal haploid cells. These are the equal haploid cells. Yes, first meiosis, two equal haploid cells called as secondary spermatocyte. They are called as what? Secondary spermatocyte. Now, which have only 23 chromosomes each, meaning is that the secondary spermatocyte is haploid in nature. Question will be asked like this. See, it is haploid in nature from here. Okay. Now, the secondary spermatocyte undergoes second meiotic division to produce the four equal haploid spermatids. Now, secondary spermatocyte is undergoing meiosis 2 to produce four haploid spermatids. Right, four haploid spermatids. Now, the spermatids are transformed into spermatozoa through the process of spermatogenesis. Here, spermiogenesis. Spermatids are converted to spermatozoa through a process called as spermiogenesis. Yes, spermiogenesis. After spermiogenesis, the sperm head is become embedded in the Sertoli cell. I told you, sperm head is embedded inside the Sertoli cell and are finally released from the seminiferous tubule by a process called as spermiation. Release of sperm from the seminiferous tubule is called as spermiation. Entire gametogenesis, that is spermatogenesis, is over. Any doubt from any line of NCERT, here or here, you can ask me right now. Any line of NCERT doubt, ask me. Any line of NCERT doubt, you can ask me right now. If there is no doubt, we will go to the next concept, that is oogenesis. Okay. Before we go to the oogenesis, I have some other points I have to tell you here. Before oogenesis, we have certain points here which we already discussed. There are other points which we already discussed. The other points here are spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty. Let's see, I told you the question. Remember the question when some of you went wrong. Right? Spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty due to the significant increase in the secretions of gonadotropin releasing hormone. Some of you told testosterone, but this is a line of NCERT. So at the puberty, Why is puberty starting? Because increased levels of G and RH here. Do you see the NCERT line now? Do you see the NCERT line? That is significant increase in the secretions of the gonadotropin releasing hormone. Now if you recall hypothalamic hormone, the increased levels of GnRH acts on the anterior pituitary. Yes, GnRH acts on the anterior pituitary, right? And stimulates the secretion of two gonadotropins, that is FSH and LH. FSH and LH, that is luteinizing hormone and follicular stimulating hormone. Now the LH acts on the Leydig cells. The L for Leydig cells, and FSH acts on the Sertoli cells. Yes, in the FSH stands for Sertoli cells. Okay, and stimulates the synthesis of the secretion of androgen. Leydig cells produce androgen, and in turn stimulates the process of spermatogenesis. The FSH acts on the Sertoli cells. FSH acts on Sertoli cells and stimulate the secretion of some factors which help in process of spermiogenesis. So remember students, Sertoli cell help in spermiogenesis. Sertoli cell helps in spermiogenesis. Yes, what is spermiogenesis? Spermogenesis is a process where we convert spermatid to spermatozoa. That is spermiogenesis here. Spermiogenesis. But Leydig cells are involved in the spermatogenesis. That is the difference. This is a line of NCERT which all of you ignore. All of you ignore this line, and in the exam if they ask you what is the function of Sertoli cell, you should know now, right? Here the Sertoli cells and stimulates the secretion of your some factors which help in the process of spermiogenesis. That is your FSH. FSH stimulates the spermiogenesis. Clear? FSH stimulates the spermiogenesis. Then we have the structure of sperm. The structure of sperm is mainly divided into 4 different parts. That is the head region, neck region, middle piece and tail. The head region contains nucleus containing chromosomal material, and this nucleus is haploid in nature. And on the top of the sperm there is a cap-like structure called as acrosomes, and this acrosome has a lot of enzymes. It has a lot of enzymes, and the entire sperm is covered by plasma membrane. The entire sperm is covered by plasma membrane. Then we have the neck region. Then we have the middle piece. Middle piece has mitochondria, and the same mitochondria provides energy, source of energy for swimming. Then we have the tail region. The tail region is involved in the flagellated movement. We know there is flagellated movement, ciliary movement, right? So tail is helping in the flagellated movement. Okay. It microscopic structure composed of head, neck and middle piece and tail. A plasma membrane envelops the whole body of the sperm. The whole body of the sperm is covered by the plasma membrane. The sperm head is consist of elongated haploid nucleus. Yes, elongated haploid nucleus. The anterior portion of the sperm has a cap-like structure called as acrosome, of which is covered by a cap structure called as acrosome. The acrosome is filled with enzymes that help in the fertilization. The acrosomes help in the fertilization of the ovum. The middle piece of possesses the numerous mitochondria, which provides the energy for the movement of the tail. That facilitates the sperm motility, essentially for the fertilization. Till here, I hope there is no doubt whatsoever. Clear? Now, the human male ejaculates about 200 to 300 million sperms during coitus. 200 to 300 million sperms are released during the coitus, of which normal fertility is about 60%. 60% out of them are, sperms must have normal shape and size. So if there are 100 sperms, out of 100 sperms, at least 60 of them should have normal shape and size. Yes, and at least 40% of them must have show vigorous motility. Now out of the 60, at least 40%, 40% of 60 is 24, at least 24 of them should have vigorous motility. So a sperm, 60% should be at least, normal shape and size, and out of the 60%, at least 40% should have show vigorous motility. Then only it is a healthy sperm. Clear? Next, the sperm released from the seminiferous tubule are transported by axillary ducts, which we already discussed. The secretions of the epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicle, and prostate are essential for the maturation and motility of the sperm. That is a function of the axillary ducts. The seminal plasma plus sperm plus along sperm constitute the semen. The functions of the male sex axillary ducts and glands are maintained by the testicular hormones. Hormones will maintain the functioning here. That is the end of the male reproductive system. Sperm structure is done. If you have any doubt in the semen or the sperm, ask me right now. I will clear your doubt. Any doubt here? Ask me. No doubt? No doubt here? Amazing. So can I start oogenesis now? Can I start with oogenesis? After oogenesis, we will take a small break. But let's do oogenesis now. Okay? Super clear? Amazing. Now, listen to my words very, very carefully now. Listen to my words very, very carefully. Very carefully listen to my words. 1 second. Can we start? I want to see some Josh in the chat. I'm not seeing any Josh. I do not see any Josh in the chat. What is this? We are actually halfway done. The entire half the chapter is actually over. Half the chapter of human reproduction is over, and you know every line of NCERT now. Okay, half the chapter is almost over. Clear? Next we will do oogenesis. Now, oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Like your male, in the case of spermatogenesis started at the puberty, but oogenesis actually starts at the embryonic stage. That is the first point I want everyone to understand. So oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Here we have a oogonia. This is a oogonia. Right? Oogonia, quickly tell me in the chat, is the oogonia haploid or diploid? Tell me in the chat right now. The oogonia here is actually diploid in nature. Yes, oogonia is diploid in nature. Now this oogonia undergoes mitosis. Oogonia undergoes mitosis to produce increase in number. Yes, it is increasing in number. 2n. Now one such oogonia starts to differentiate. One such oogonia starts to differentiate and becomes much more bigger. One such oogonia completely differentiate, it grows in size and forms the primary oocyte. It forms the primary oocyte. Primary oocyte. Now this primary oocyte, right, undergoes meiosis 1. It undergoes meiosis 1, but this primary oocyte does not finish the meiosis 1. In fact, this primary oocyte gets suspended at prophase 1. At which stage? At diplotin stage. At diplotin stage, the primary oocyte gets completely suspended. It does not finish the meiosis 1. It will start the meiosis 1. Meiosis 1 is starting now, but the meiosis 1 is not finishing. Clear? Till here, the entire thing is happening at the embryonic stage. At the embryonic stage. Now, from here onwards, let me draw a line here. Now, there is the child is born now. Child is born, birth. The female child is born here. That is, birth is happening. Yes, there is birth of the child. The child will grow. The child will grow now. Yes, birth, childhood. Now finally the female child will reach puberty. The female child will reach puberty. Now, once the female child reaches puberty, the meiosis 1, which had started at the embryonic level, will finish at the puberty, and this primary oocyte, after undergoing meiosis 1, releases two unequal cells called as your secondary oocyte, and also the first polar body. First polar body. The first polar body is produced here. I hope till here there is no doubt. That is, oogenesis starts at embryonic stage. We have the oogonia, which is a diploid in nature, which undergoes mitosis, which increases in number. Now, one such oogonia starts to differentiate and produces the primary oocyte. Now, this primary oocyte undergoes meiosis 1, but does it finish meiosis 1? No, it gets completely suspended at prophase 1. At which stage? Diplotin stage. Now, the child is born, childhood, and the child finally reaches the puberty. The female child reaches the puberty now. Now, once the female child reaches puberty, the first menstrual cycle, the menarche is starting. When the first time the menarche is starting, the menstrual cycle is starting, that is menarche, first time ever, the secondary oocyte, the meiosis 1, is finally finished, which produces the secondary oocyte as well as the first polar body. Now, this secondary oocyte here, this secondary oocyte will undergo meiosis 2. Now again, the meiosis 2 does not finish. The meiosis 2 here does not finish. Again, the secondary oocyte here gets suspended. It gets suspended at metaphase. Here. Again, the secondary oocyte Now the same secondary oocyte is released during the ovulation. During the ovulation, the secondary oocyte is released. Remember that. Secondary oocyte is released during the ovulation. Now this secondary oocyte is again suspended. It is completely chilling at the metaphase. But then when does the meiosis 2 gets completed? The meiosis 2 gets completed during fertilization. Now this secondary oocyte, when it comes in contact with the sperm, this secondary oocyte, when it comes in contact with the sperm, there are a lot of chemical changes happening, and during that time when the secondary oocyte comes in contact with the sperm, finally the meiosis 2 is over. Finally the meiosis 2 is over, which produces two unequal gametes, two unequal cells. That is, one is called as ovum or ooted, one is called as ovum or ooted. Yes, ovum or ooted. The other one is called as second polar body. It's called as what? Second polar body. Now here I'll tell you what you need to remember. Oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Oogonia is diploid in nature. Mitosis undergoes differentiation. Primary oocyte. Now tell me quickly in the chat, is the primary oocyte haploid, diploid? The primary oocyte is diploid in nature. Yes. Now this primary oocyte undergoes meiosis 1, but it is getting suspended at prophase 1, diploid in stage. Now during the puberty, inside the ovary, this is happening inside the ovary. During the puberty, meiosis 1 is completed, which produces the secondary oocyte as well as the first polar body. Now remember students, here the first polar body here is produced inside the ovary. The first polar body is produced inside the ovary. Point to be noted. Now this secondary oocyte is released. During the ovulation. During the ovulation, secondary oocyte is released. Now this secondary oocyte starts to undergo. This secondary oocyte will start to undergo meiosis 2. But does it finish meiosis 2? No, it does not finish meiosis 2. In fact, it gets suspended again at metaphase 2. Now, during the fertilization, when sperm comes in contact with the secondary oocyte finally finishes the meiosis 2, which results in the ovum and ooted and second polar body. And remember, secondary oocyte is released. And where is the fertilization happening? Fertilization is taking place where? In the ampulla region. So the second polar body is produced in the fallopian tube. Second polar body is produced where? Second polar body is produced in the fallopian tube, also called as in the ampulla region. Also called as in the ampulla region. That is the end of your oogenesis. Any doubt? Ask me right now. What is the role of polar body? Role of the polar body is not known still. Scientists are still trying to figure out what is the role of polar body. Your NCERT also tells the role of polar body is not defined. Role of polar body is not defined. Clear? You can take the screenshot or write down with me. Guys, is the screen getting blurry? If you have any doubt, ask me right now regarding the oogenesis. Because if you do not, screenshot take. Done? Amazing. Now, next we'll be solving some questions. Now here, this is the secondary oocyte is haploid. Yes, secondary oocyte here is haploid. Why is it haploid? Because it is undergoing meiosis. So secondary oocyte is haploid in nature. Clear? Now, along with this, when this is happening, there is a other process, that is follicular genesis. Follicular genesis is also happening. Now, what is this follicular genesis? Let me tell you. Don't read this. Don't read this, and let me tell you something called as follicular genesis. What is this follicular genesis? Students, remember, when the oogenesis is happening, simultaneously there is follicular genesis happening. Now, what is follicular genesis? Follicular genesis is formation of follicles. We have primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, as well as Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle. Now, what is primary follicle? Primary follicle is nothing but your primary oocyte plus granulosa cells. Granulosa cells. And this granulosa cells is single layer. A single layer of granulosa cells plus primary oocyte. The primary oocyte which produced in the starting is called as primary follicle. Now, what is secondary follicle? Secondary follicle is also primary oocyte plus more layer of granulosa cells. More layer of granulosa cells is called as secondary follicle. Now, remember students, primary follicle and secondary follicle are present at the embryonic stage. Embryonic stage, because we know primary oocyte and primary oocyte are present in the embryonic stage. Here, primary oocyte is present in the embryonic stage. So this primary follicle and secondary follicle are present at the embryonic stage. What about tertiary follicle? Inside the tertiary follicle we have the secondary oocyte. And this tertiary follicle is present during the puberty. Tertiary follicle is present during the puberty. Now, same tertiary follicle also has a fluid filled cavity called as antrum. It has a fluid filled cavity called as antrum. And students, remember, in the secondary follicle there is a formation of a theca layer. The same theca layer is completely divided into theca externa or theca interna in your tertiary follicle. Now, what is theca layer? Theca layer is nothing but a small segregation. Okay. Then we finally have the Graafian follicle. The Graafian follicle has your secondary oocyte. Yes. The same Graafian follicle will rupture and release the secondary oocyte. The same Graafian follicle will rupture and release the secondary oocyte, and that is called as ovulation. That is called as what? Ovulation. That is rupturing of Graafian follicle. Rupturing of Graafian follicle is called as ovulation. And students, remember, during the Graafian follicle stage, the secondary oocyte has a separate covering. During the Graafian follicle stage, the secondary oocyte has a separate covering called as your zona pellucida. So secondary oocyte during the Graafian follicle stage, it has a layer called as zona pellucida. Clear? Any doubt here? I know this is a lot of information. If you're watching it for the first time, it's going to be difficult for you, but if you're watching it more and more, you'll understand it better. Okay, so primary follicle is primary oocyte plus granulosa layers. Secondary follicle is primary oocyte plus more layer of granulosa cells. tertiary follicle has what? Tertiary follicle has secondary oocyte. Tertiary follicle has secondary oocyte. It has a fluid filled cavity called as antrum. Fluid filled cavity or called as antrum. Then we have Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle has secondary oocyte, and Graafian follicle will rupture open and release the secondary oocyte. That is called as ovulation. And the secondary oocyte has a separate layer on top of it called as zona pellucida. Separate layer on top of it called as zona pellucida. Can we read the NCERT lines now? Can we understand the NCERT lines now? Come on, let's do it. Let's read the NCERT lines. What is NCERT telling you? The process of formation of mature female gamete, also called as ootid or egg, is called as oogenesis, which is marked by the different from the spermatogenesis. The oogenesis is initiated during the embryonic developmental stage. During the embryonic developmental stage, oogenesis starts. When a couple of million gametes mother cell, the gamete mother cell is also called as your oogonia. Gamete mother cell called as oogonia are formed within the each fetal ovary. Within the each fetal ovary at the embryonic stage, we have millions of oogonia. Yes, no more oogonia are formed and added after birth. So before the birth, the number of oogonia before the birth of the child is fixed. The number of oogonia is fixed even before the birth of the child. Okay, now these cells start division and enter into the prophase 1. See here. Here, primary oocyte undergoes prophase 1, meiosis 1, but gets stopped at the prophase 1. Now these start to divide and enter into the prophase 1 of meiotic division and gets temporarily arrested at that stage. So a primary oocyte gets arrested at prophase 1 called as primary oocyte. All of us know what is primary oocyte. Now each primary oocyte then gets surrounded by the primary oocyte. The primary oocyte is getting surrounded by what? Granulosa cells. See here, it's surrounded by a layer of granule cells called as now primary follicle. What is primary follicle? Primary follicle is nothing but primary oocyte plus granulosa cells is called as primary follicle. Now, a large number of these follicles degenerate during the prophase phases from birth to the puberty. By the time a female child reaches puberty, these primary follicles are completely reducing in number. Primary follicles are reducing in number. Therefore, at puberty, only 60 to 80,000 primary follicles are left in each ovary. Only and only 60,000 to 80,000 primary follicles are left in the ovary. The primary follicles get surrounded by a more layer. I told you, more layer of granulosa cells is a new theca is formed called as secondary follicle. See, secondary follicle. Secondary follicle is primary oocyte plus more layer of granulosa cells. Okay, called as secondary follicle. The secondary follicle soon transforms into tertiary follicle, which is characterized by a fluid-filled cavity called as antrum. The tertiary follicle has a fluid-filled cavity called as antrum. The theca layer is organized into an inner theca, interna, and outer theca called as theca externa. It is important to draw your attention here. Draw your attention here. All of you, draw your attention here. That at this stage, the primary oocyte within the tertiary follicle grows in size and completes its first meiotic division. So inside the tertiary follicle, the primary oocyte will finish its first meiosis, where during the puberty, and it is developing into secondary oocyte. See, in unequal division resulting in a formation of large haploid secondary oocyte. So secondary oocyte is present inside tertiary follicle, and a tiny first polar body is formed here till here. Secondary oocyte and tiny first polar body is formed. That is your oogenesis. This part is mentioned in later on. This part is mentioned later on. That is why NCERT is confusing, because NCERT is not giving you all the information at once. Some is given here, some is given somewhere else, but I have given you the entire information here only. Okay. The secondary oocyte retains bulk of the nutrients rich cytoplasm of the primary oocyte. Okay. Now at present we are not certain about this. The tertiary follicle changes into mature Graafian follicle. Tertiary follicle gets converted to Graafian follicle, right? The secondary oocyte forms a new membrane called as zona pellucida. Secondary oocyte forms a separate layer called as zona pellucida. Surrounding that, the Graafian follicle now ruptures, releases the secondary oocyte. So during ovulation, what is released? During ovulation, secondary oocyte is released. Okay, also called as ovum, from the ovary by the process called as ovulation. If you look at the diagram here, this is your blood vessels. This is the primary follicle with primary oocyte. Then we have the secondary follicle. Again, secondary follicle, secondary oocyte. In secondary oocyte, can you see an external theca layer is formed? Yes, external theca layer. Then we have tertiary follicle, fluid filled antrium. Then we have the Graafian follicle. The Graafian follicle rupture open, release the ovum outside, and the leftover part is getting converted to corpus luteum. The leftover part of Graafian follicle is called as corpus luteum. Clear? This is the complete comparison which you can study on your own now. Now let's solve some questions. Can we solve some questions now? Is oogenesis clear to students? Listen to me very carefully. Your oogenesis, they have given you till here. Oogenesis is given. This part of oogenesis is given separately in fertilization. This part of oogenesis is given in the fertilization, but I have mentioned it here only. Okay. Some questions now. Not some questions, many questions. Many questions are here now. Remember your marks. All of you remember your marks. Do all of you remember your marks? Do all of you remember your marks? If you remember your marks, try to solve this question. Question is the division of primary oocyte. If primary oocyte is dividing, what do we get? Unequal cells and a small haploid secondary oocyte and a large diploid polar body. Unequal cell, a large haploid secondary oocyte and a small haploid polar body. Unequal cells, a small diploid secondary structure and a large haploid polar body. Unequal cells, a haploid secondary oocyte and a haploid polar body. 10 seconds, take your time, read the question. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, when the primary oocyte is dividing, unequal cells are forming. One large haploid secondary oocyte. Someone asked me the question. Secondary oocyte is haploid in nature and a small haploid polar body. What is your marks? Tell me fast. What is your marks now? Quickly tell me your marks in the chat. Amazing. Next question. How do ovulated oocyte get into the uterus? How do the ovulated secondary oocyte, how does it get into the uterus? Is it because ovaries are within the uterus, the ovulated egg is already within the uterus? Cilia within the oviduct. Oviduct creates a current which sweeps the egg towards the uterus. The oocyte is actively swims through the oviduct using the flagellum. Fimbrius sweeps over the oviduct. How do they enter? Tell me fast. How do they enter? How does the oocyte, secondary oocyte, enter inside the uterus? 10 seconds, answer the question. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is the ciliated movement. Remember, the ciliated movement, the ciliated columnar epithelium which is present in the ovary, present in your oviduct, sorry, not ovary, present in the oviduct, helps in the movement of the secondary oocyte. Clear? Next question. The primary oocyte completes its first meiotic division within. Where is it completing the first meiotic division? Primary oocyte is completing the first meiosis within. Primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle. 10 seconds, answer the question. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. What is the answer? MD is saying first. Other people are saying 2. The answer is tertiary follicle. Now, why is the answer tertiary follicle? Remember, primary oocyte is completing its meiosis 1. Primary oocyte is completing the meiosis 1 inside the tertiary follicle. Here, can you go back? Here, important, draw your attention. This stage, the primary oocyte within the tertiary follicle grows in size and completes its first meiotic division. The first meiotic division is completed inside the tertiary follicle. Inside the tertiary follicle, the primary oocyte is getting converted to your secondary oocyte. Secondary oocyte is after the first meiosis. After the first meiosis, we are getting the secondary oocyte. And where is it happening? It is happening in the tertiary follicle. Clear? Clear? Is the answer clear to all of you? Moi. Yes, all of you underwent moi. Now tell me your real answer now. Tell me your real marks. Tell me your marks fast. This right here is a NEET PYQ. This right here is a NEET previous year question. Now students, read this question now. A developing oocyte divides and releases the first polar body. A developing oocyte, right? A developing oocyte is dividing and releasing the first polar body in primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, or Graafian follicle. Now think, all of you think and answer. This is also a NEET PYQ. Think and answer. Think and answer. First, all of you know that the primary oocyte, the developing oocyte divides and releases the first polar body. The primary oocyte, right? The primary oocyte is dividing and forming the secondary oocyte and the first polar body, where secondary oocyte is present where? Secondary oocyte is present in the tertiary follicle. Just now I told you, no, primary follicle completes its first meiotic division where? In tertiary follicle. So once the primary oocyte is finishing its meiosis. Primary oocyte is finishing its meiosis. Primary oocyte is finishing the meiosis and forming the first polar body. That is, they are asking you the formation of second oocyte. Secondary oocyte is present where? Secondary oocyte is present inside the tertiary follicle. The same question, the concept is same. The concept in both the question is same. The answer is also same. Just the application is different. MD. See here, the developing oocyte, the primary oocyte is dividing. It is undergoing meiosis 1. Meiosis 1 is over, and we get the secondary oocyte along with the first polar body. Hint is the first polar body here. Whenever there is first polar body, we should know we have secondary oocyte. Now this secondary oocyte is present where? This secondary oocyte is present inside the tertiary follicle. Clear? Is the answer clear? Is the answer clear to all of you? Tell me right now. If your answer is clear, if the answer is you're able to understand the concept. See, the concept is easy. The questions are here difficult. Are you understanding the pattern of questions you will be understanding? Clear? Now, let's go to the next question. Oogenesis starts at 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Done. The next question. The next question here is arrested stage called as primary oocyte is formed. Simple question. The arrested stage, right? Arrested stage called as primary oocyte is formed during the fetal growth, at the time of the birth, at puberty, at menarche. Again a tricky question. Tricky question. Arrested stage called as primary oocyte is formed when? Ask me fast. Primary oocyte is formed when? Primary oocyte is formed during the fetal growth. All of you are understanding the concept, still not able to apply. During the fetal growth. When we were doing oogenesis, I told you. When we're doing oogenesis, I told you. Where's oogenesis? Oogenesis, I told you, this entire structure until your primary oocyte, which is getting suspended, everything happens where? At the embryonic stage. Everything is happening at the embryonic stage. Arresting, suspending at prophase 1 is happening at the embryonic stage. Clear? Is the point clear? During the fetal growth, that is when the fetal is still growing, at the embryonic stage it is happening. See, the concept needs to be clear. Solve more such questions. Clear? Tell me your marks right now. Next question. A fluid filled cavity is characteristics or feature of. Fluid filled cavity is a characters of which particular follicle? 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. It is your tertiary follicle. Oh, easy question. See, one difficult question, one easy question. One difficult question, one easy question. Okay. Tertiary follicle. Next question. Again. Try to solve this question. What is released during the ovulation? What is released during the ovulation? Yes. Primary oocyte arrested at meiosis 1. Primary oocyte arrested at meiosis 2. Secondary oocyte arrested at meiosis 1. Secondary oocyte arrested at meiosis 2. What is found? What is released during the ovulation? See, the concept might be, see, that's why I'm telling you. Why do you think I'm giving you so many questions? Why do you think I'm making you solve so many questions? When you solve the questions, only you'll know how much of concept you have understood. Concept anyone can understand, but applying that concept is important. See here, at meiosis 2 it is arrested. Ovulation, when the secondary oocyte is released, it is arrested at meiosis 2. at metaphase 2. Clear? At metaphase 2 it is arrested. If you go back to my this thing, if you go back here, you will notice at metaphase 2 it is arrested. Arrested at metaphase 2, meiosis 2 it is arrested. That is here. This secondary oocyte which is released, it is arrested at meiosis 2. Clear? Are you able to solve the questions? Are you able to solve the questions? Next question. Next question. Secondary oocyte is formed. When is secondary oocyte produced? I told you primary oocyte is produced at the embryonic stage. But when do we have the secondary oocyte? Secondary oocyte is produced at puberty, at the time of birth, fertilization, during the embryonic growth. Tell me fast. Tell me fast. Secondary oocyte is produced when? Secondary oocyte is produced at the puberty. Remember I told you primary oocyte will finish the first meiosis during the puberty, and that's when you have the secondary oocyte. You can go back to the flow chart and check. I told you when the puberty is happening, first meiosis is over and we get the secondary oocyte. We get the secondary oocyte. Clear? Secondary oocyte is formed that time. Secondary oocyte is formed that time. Now crazy is telling before fertilization. Before fertilization, yes, that is also correct. At fertilization we have ooted. Ooted is formed at fertilization. Clear? Concept is getting clear to all of you? Amazing. Now, oote is formed where? Ooted is formed along with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Along with your second polar body. Ooted is formed along with the second polar body. And this second polar body is present where? In the oviduct. In the oviduct. Students, if you are understanding and able to solve the questions of your oogenesis as well as spermatogenesis, and if you are able to understand the concept even more deeply today, because all of you might have learnt oogenesis and spermatogenesis, but this is how you apply. This is how you apply with the help of questions. Okay, that is the zoology which I teach. See, zoology is also very interesting. See, I love botany, but I love to teach even zoology also. Zoology is also extremely important. Okay, now can we start menstrual cycle? Can we start menstrual cycle? Tell me your marks quickly. Tell me your marks right now. I think Shreyas sir will take a class now. I'll give you a 10 minutes break. Shreyas sir might take a class. Small one surprise is there. When the surprise is there, I'll 1 second, students. 1 second. I got a message. So Shreya, tell me your marks right now. Now, before I start menstrual cycle, I will just give you an introduction. I will give you an introduction to your menstrual cycle. Now, Captain Shreyas will go live. Captain Shreyas will go live for 10 minutes. Okay. Now, within the 10 minutes, I want you to listen to sir. Okay. Listen to sir for 10 minutes and come back here. We will finish the chapter. Okay. Let's take a. Now, I'll just give you introduction to menstrual cycle. I will just give you introduction to your menstrual cycle in next 10 minutes. Then you have to watch Shreyas' session, which we have an amazing surprise for you. And some of you might be thinking, sir, surprise is a new course which I will ask you 6,000 rupees. No, the surprise is not a course. We will not ask for any money. Have you asked any money till now? The answer is no. We will not ask any money from you. We will not be like big surprise and you have to give us 10k, 8k. No, we are not asking for any money. So it is a surprise for all of your preparation. The surprise which sir is giving you is for your preparation. Okay. So I will just start the introduction. And then after sir's class, after sir's class, we will continue with the menstrual cycle. Okay. The big surprise is actually important for you, for your preparation. Okay. Now here, menstrual cycle. Menstrual cycle, the reproductive cycle in the female primates. So menstrual cycle, actually, the menstrual cycle happens in the female primates. Yes, menstrual cycle happens in the female primates, such as your monkeys, apes, and human beings. Yes, human beings. Now it's called as menstrual cycle. Now what about in the case of animals, other animals like cats and dogs? In the case of cats and dogs, it's called as estrous cycle. Yes, it's called as estrous cycle in the case of your animals and dogs. The first menstrual cycle begins at the puberty. The first menstrual cycle happens at the puberty. That is called as menarche. So beginning, the start of menstrual cycle. The start of menstrual cycle is called as menarche. Okay. In human females, the menstrual cycle is repeated on average of interval of 28 to 29 days. Of 28 to 29 days, it keeps on repeating. Okay. The cycle event starting from one menstrual cycle. From one menstrual cycle to the next menstrual cycle is called as your menstrual cycle. From one menstruation to the next menstruation is called as your menstrual cycle. Okay. One ovum is released, that is ovulation, during the middle stage, that is at the 14th day. At the 14th day, ovulation is happening because of LH surge. Because of the LH surge. Okay. Now I'll be teaching you, before we take the break, I am telling you, I will be teaching you menstrual cycle only and only with the help of this diagram. This complete diagram I will completely decode for you. I will be teaching you menstrual cycle with the help of only and only diagram, and I'll make sure all of you understand menstrual cycle today, not just by heart, so you can solve all the questions related to your menstrual cycle. Okay. What is the surprise? Surprise you will get to know in the sir's class, because I am not giving you surprise. Sir is giving you a surprise. Okay. Now let me tell you one small thing here. Before I go for a break. Menstrual cycle takes place. In menstrual cycle, there are two events which are happening simultaneously. In the menstrual cycle, there are two events happening simultaneously. One event is happening in the ovary. The second event is happening in the uterus. And these two events are happening simultaneously. Where one event is influencing the second event. Okay. So before I go, write down few points. Write down 1 or 2 points, which I'll tell you later on also. Write down 1 or 2 points. I'll make it later on, or we'll do it later on, or the flow will stop. Let's write down the points later on also. Okay, or the flow will stop. Go off. So after the break, we'll take a 20 minutes break. We'll take one 20 minutes break now. That is after sir's class. As soon as sir's class is over, we will start with the menstrual cycle. If that is okay with all of you, we can take a break now. The break is till Shreyas sir finishes the class. Shreyas sir, after the surprise, break till the surprise. Okay. Now I'll go now. All of you take the small break. Sayonara. I'll keep the mic here. Yes. Happy advanced Independence Day to all, Republic Day all of you. Not Republic Day to all of you. Okay. So after the break, Shreyas will start class now. After the break, so promise me you will come back. Because students, this is an important chapter. Till now, if you have understood every line of NCERT, I will make sure the rest of the class also you understand every line. That is my promise to all of you. Your promise is to come back again. My promise is to make sure you understand every line of NCERT. Okay? Amazing. Let's take a small break now. Small break. Bye bye. See you after Shreyas sir's class. Okay? I will call Shreyas sir also. Hello. Is everyone back? Is everyone back? No, nothing. Can we start? Or should we wait for a minute or so? Can I start? How do you like the gift? How did you like the surprise? Let me know right now. How was the surprise? Hello. How did you like the surprise? Tell me fast. How was the surprise? See students, these mock tests, right? These mock tests, the questions we have added. So we were sitting around, we have made, it took us so much of time. We took so much of time for us to do this mock test and everything. So students, please enroll in that mock test. You don't have to pay anything. Nothing. No, nothing to pay here. Nothing to do anything. It's completely free. All you need to do is log in and that's all. There is no payment, nothing as of now. And I know this is very important to you because test series are actually important. See, now you know I am making you read. Right? I'm making you read NCERT lines. I am making you solve the questions here. Right? We are solving the questions also. Now, if I'm making you solve the questions, you know what is the importance of question. Right? You know what importance of questions. So if you want to solve more and more questions, please join there. Which will help you to solve more and more questions. Okay. So can we start now? See, some of students went, they never came back now. Some of students went, they never came back. So students, let me know in the chat if I can start the menstrual cycle with high energy. Let's start the second part of the chapter, starting from the menstrual cycle. Quickly, show me some energy in the chat. Show me some energy in the chat. So before I left, I told you there are two separate events. Before I left, I told you there are two separate events which are happening here. Now, what are the two separate events? The two separate events which are happening here is, one event is happening in the ovaries. One event is happening in the ovaries. The second event is happening in the uterine wall. So one event is happening in the ovary, the second event is happening in the ovary wall. So I'll write here, one event is happening in your ovary. So I'll write ovarian event. The other one is your uterine event. Uterine only, right? Yes. Other one is your uterine event. Now, what is the event here? In your ovary, inside the ovary, the first event which is happening. In the ovary, the first event which is happening is your follicular phase. The first event which is happening here is follicular phase. At the same time, there is a separate event which is happening. The separate event which is happening in the uterus is called as proliferatory phase. Yes, there is menstruation here first, followed by menstruation. There is proliferatory phase. Proliferatory phase. Then we have a very common phase. That is ovulation. Then after ovulation, in your ovary, we have a phase called as your luteal phase. We have a phase called as luteal phase. At the same time, there is other phase which is happening. The other phase which is happening in the uterus is called as your secretory phase. Is called as secretory phase. Now, now listen to me very carefully. Listen to my words very, very, very carefully. There are two events which are happening here. The two events which are happening here, one is happening in your ovaries. The second event which is happening in the uterus. The entire events are influenced by the hormones. The entire events which is happening in the ovaries as well as in the uterus is influenced by hormones. Example, we have two hormones here. We have the pituitary hormones as well as the ovarian hormones. Pituitary hormones as well as the ovarian hormones. Now listen to my words very carefully. This is the only video you'll ever need to understand the menstrual cycle. That's my guarantee. Now, can you see? Look at the diagram. Look at the diagram. Can you see there is a initial increase in FSH? Yes, there is an initial increase in FSH. Now, what is FSH? FSH is follicular stimulating hormone. Yes, there is an increase in FSH here. When there is increase in FSH, it will stimulate the development of the follicle. So as FSH is increasing, the development of follicles is happening. That is the first point here. The first point here is, as FSH is increasing, development of follicles is happening. This is your primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle. Yes, FSH is increasing, follicles are developing. Now, once we find the dominant follicle, because we know every month from one ovary, one egg is released. So every month there is a requirement of only one mature follicle. So once we find, when I say we, I mean the body, the dominant follicle, do we need FSH anymore? No, we do not need FSH anymore. So what happens? Can you see a small decrease here? Can you see a small decrease in FSH here? This point here, there's a decrease in FSH. Why? The decrease in FSH is because this particular follicle has the granulosa cells. The granulosa cells will send a feedback mechanism and FSH will decrease. FSH will decrease because we do not need more follicles anymore. We do not need follicles anymore. Hence, FSH is decreasing here. Along with the feedback mechanism, there is also involvement of inhibin. Involvement of inhibin. So inhibin inhibits the increase of FSH. So FSH is decreasing. We have our dominant follicle. Now this particular follicle will release, the developing follicle will release a hormone called as estrogen. Can you see the increase in level of estrogen? Why? Because the Graafian follicle and the developing follicles are releasing the estrogen. And what is the function of estrogen? Estrogen is acting on the uterine event. Estrogen is actually developing the endometrium layer. Estrogen is helping in development of the endometrium layer. So listen to me very carefully. First, there is increase in FSH. Once FSH is increasing, which is stimulating the development of the follicles, is happening. Now once we have a dominant follicle, we need to decrease the FSH. By a feedback mechanism, FSH is decreasing, also by inhibin. Now FSH is decreasing. Now this developing follicle will produce estrogen. Estrogen level is increasing. Estrogen will act on the endometrium layer, which will make sure the endometrium layer is forming. It will pile up the endometrium. That is the function of estrogen. That is why we have the folliculatory phase. What is the meaning of folliculatory phase? Is formation of follicles. The follicular phase means formation of follicles, which is happening in the ovary. Then proliterary phase. The meaning of proliterary phase is proliferation of endometrium. Proliferation means piling up, formation of endometrium. That is the meaning of the two phases here. Clear? Now let's come to this part. Now what happens at the 14th day? at the 14th day, the level of LH as well as level of FSH is increasing. Yes, level of FSH and level of LH is increasing. Now once the level of LH and FSH is increasing, that is called as LH surge. At this point, LH is very high. When LH is very high, the Graafian follicle will rupture open and it releases the egg. It releases the egg. That is called as ovulation. That is called as ovulation. Ovulation is happening at the 14th day. Done. Now, what happens afterwards? Afterwards, can you see the increase in level of LH? LH is increasing. Can you see LH is higher? The LH will do one thing. LH will do one thing. What will LH do? LH will maintain the corpus luteum. But what is corpus luteum? Corpus luteum is formed. How is it formed? By the ruptured part. Ruptured part of Graafian follicle gets converted to corpus luteum. Maintaining of corpus luteum is done by the LH. So LH is maintaining the corpus luteum. And what is the function of corpus luteum? The function of corpus luteum is to increase the progesterone. Corpus luteum, can you see? Progesterone is increasing. The function of corpus luteum is to increase the progesterone. Then what is the function of progesterone? The function of progesterone is to maintain the endometrium. See here, estrogen made the endometrium. Maintaining the endometrium is with the help of progesterone. That is maintaining the endometrium. That is here luteal phase. That is LH is increasing. That's why luteal phase. Why is it secretory phase? Because at this point, the endometrium layer becomes secretory in nature. It becomes secretory in nature. Now, endometrium is formed. Now the endometrium is waiting. Endometrium is waiting now patiently. If the sperm is coming, if there is egg is coming, if there is fertilization, zygote is made. Zygote undergoes cleavage, which makes the blastocyst. If blastocyst attaches to the endometrium layer, then what happens? Then implantation happens. Then your childbirth is happening, pregnancy is happening, childbirth is happening, lactation is happening. That is, rest of the chapter is happening. What if the sperm is not entering? What if there is no fertilization? If there is no fertilization, the LH will decrease now. The LH will decrease completely. LH will completely decrease. Now once LH is decreasing, I told you LH was maintaining the corpus luteum. Now LH is not there. Who will maintain the corpus luteum? No one. So the corpus luteum degenerates. The corpus luteum degenerates into corpus albicans. The corpus luteum is completely degenerating. Now if corpus luteum is degenerating, what was the function of corpus luteum? The function of corpus luteum was to produce progesterone. Here. Now if corpus luteum is not there, corpus luteum is dead. Can you see progesterone level is coming down? Yes, progesterone level is coming down. If progesterone level is coming down, who will maintain the endometrium now? The endometrium, there is no progesterone to maintain the endometrium. Hence, the endometrium completely collapses. That is the menstruation. That again goes to the bleeding stage. That is next cycle begins. The next cycles will begin now. That is the end of menstrual cycle. Start and end of menstrual cycle. Students, if you have any doubt, ask me right now. If you want me to summarize this thing, I'll summarize it one for all of you. I will summarize it for all of you, but it will be fast. Clear? Do you want me to summarize again? Do you want me to tell the every line once again? Yes? Now, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very, very carefully here. This stupid mic is getting attached here. Listen to me very carefully. I'll summarize it once for you. Listen to me very carefully. Uterine wall does not break during the ovum release. Uterine wall does not break. Okay. Listen to me very carefully. First, listen to me very carefully. First, FSH is increasing. Yes, FSH is increasing. When FSH is increasing, that will stimulate the development of the follicles. Yes, FSH is increasing, follicles are developing. Now, once we have the dominant follicle, do we need FSH anymore? No. So FSH will decrease now. Once we have a dominant follicle, FSH will completely decrease. Now it will decrease because of what? It will decrease because of the feedback mechanism by the granulosa cells here. Granulosa cells will decrease the FSH, and also the inhibin. Now FSH is decreasing. Now we have a follicle. Now this follicle will produce estrogen. It will produce estrogen. Can you see estrogen is increasing now? Yes, sir. Estrogen is increasing. Correct, sir. Now this estrogen will proliferate the endometrium layer. It will help in formation of endometrium. So follicular phase is what? Follicular phase is formation of follicles. Proliferatory phase is proliferation of endometrium. Then we have LH surge. LH is increasing. When LH is increasing, what happens? The Graafian follicle ruptures open and releases the ovum or secondary oocyte. That is called as ovulation. Now what happens to this leftover part? Leftover part gets converted to corpus luteum. Now corpus luteum needs to be maintained. The maintaining of corpus luteum is done by LH. Can you see the LH is more here? LH is more. So LH will maintain the corpus luteum. Corpus luteum will produce progesterone. Can you see increased level of progesterone here? Yes, it is increasing. So what is the function of progesterone? The function of progesterone is to maintain the endometrium. Formation of endometrium is by estrogen. Maintaining the endometrium is by progesterone. So endometrium is maintained now. Now endometrium will wait. If fertilization takes place, then we have implantation. If fertilization does not take place, the LH will decrease. Now the LH, if fertilization does not happen, LH will reduce. That will, if LH is reducing, corpus luteum is degenerating. Corpus luteum is completely degenerated to corpus albicans. And this, when this happens, can you see the progesterone level is going down now? If progesterone level is going down, there is no one to maintain the endometrium. And hence less level of progesterone, endometrium will completely break open. Clear? Sir, does the female menstrual cycle when done tubectomy? Yes. When a female undergoes tubectomy, there will be menstrual cycle. Okay. That ma'am will be teaching you in the reproductive health completely. Okay. Now I'll ask you one more question. If a man has undergone vasectomy, can he produce semen? Tell me first. Homo sapiens, I will tell you, sir. Don't worry. Okay. If a man has undergone vasectomy, can he produce semen? The answer is yes. If a man has undergone vasectomy, he can produce semen, but the semen will not have sperm. Okay. Let's read the NCERT now. The major event at the menstrual cycle are shown in the figure. The cycle starts with the menstrual phase, when menstrual flow occurs and lasts to 3 to 5 days. The first phase is your menstrual phase, where the bleeding is happening. Then the menstrual flow results due to the breakdown of the endometrium lining of the uterus and its blood vessels, which forms the liquid part that comes out of the through vagina. Okay, through vagina, the unfertilized egg, blood vessels, mucus, everything is coming out. Okay. Now, the menstruation only occurs if the released ovum is not fertilized. The lack of menstrual, I think I skipped a, did I skip one slide? No. Okay. Lack of menstruation may be indicative of the pregnancy. However, it may also caused due to some other underlying causes like the stress, poor health, etc. The menstrual phase is followed by the follicular phase. During the follicular phase, there is a development of the follicles. Yes, during this phase, the primary follicles in the ovary grow to become fully mature. They become fully mature. The Graafian follicle and simultaneously the endometrium uterus regenerates through the proliferation. Why? Because of the increased levels of estrogen. Because of increased levels of estrogen, endometrium is regenerating. Now these changes in the ovary and the uterus are induced by changes in the levels of pituitary as well as ovarian hormones. I told you how ovaries and everything play a role here. Okay. The secretions of gonadotropin, that is LH and FSH, increase gradually during the follicular phase. It stimulates the follicular development. Yes, FSH is stimulating the development of follicles as well as the secretion of the estrogen by the growing follicles. Both LH and FSH attain the peak at the mid of the cycle. See, estrogen will do what? Estrogen will help in proliferation of the endometrium. Okay, at the 14th day, both are increasing. That is LH surge. Rapid secretion of LH leads to the maximum level during the mid cycle called as LH surge. During LH surge, the entire LH is increasing, ovulation is taking place. Okay, the Graafian follicle ruptures and thereby releasing the ovum, also that is called as ovulation. The ovulation or the ovulatory phase is followed by the luteal phase. Now what happens in luteal phase? In luteal phase, LH is increasing, it is maintaining the corpus luteum, during which the remaining part of the Graafian follicle transforms into corpus luteum. The corpus luteum secretes large amount of progesterone. Where is it? Progesterone, which helps in essentially for maintenance of the endometrium. Progesterone helps in maintaining the endometrium. If LH is gone, if LH is decreased, corpus luteum is gone, progesterone is also gone. Clear? Such endometrium is necessary for implantation of the fertilized ovum and other events in the pregnancy. During the pregnancy, all the events of the menstrual cycle stops. During the pregnancy, all the menstrual events are stopping. Yes, that is called as lactational amenorrhea, which we will study in the next chapter. And there is no more menstruation during the pregnancy. In absence of the fertilization, the corpus luteum degenerates. If there is no fertilization, the corpus luteum is completely degenerate. Now this causes the disintegration of the endometrium, leading to the menstruation. The marking the new cycle. In the humans, the menstrual cycle ceases around 50 years. That is called as menopause. The cyclic menstruation is an indication of the normal reproductive phase and extends to between the menarche and menopause. Menarche is the start, menopause is the end. Now here I want all of you to focus on one point here, that is here. However, it may also be caused, that is skipping of periods, skipping of menstrual cycle caused due to some other underlying causes like stress, poor health, etc. Also because of certain hormonal imbalance. There's a lot of disease, a lot of symptoms which is happening here in the females, which can lead to skipping of periods, not just because of the pregnancy. Okay, underlying lot of stress also can play a very crucial role here. That is the end of the menstrual cycle. So can we say pregnancy is also a meiotic arrest? Then there is no ovulation and it is stopped temporarily. Priya, pregnancy, you need to know, usually you need to know in the case of pregnancy, the stopping of ovulation, the stopping of menstrual cycle is because of the increased levels of the hormones. But in the case of your arrest, that is because of other reasons. That is because the body is not ready, or the right event is not happening. That is not because of the hormones. Okay. Now, try to solve this question. Try to solve this question. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the female reproductive cycle? Following statements are correct. This is a NEET 2023 question. NEET 2023 question. First, in non-primates, no guessing, no guessing. In non-primates, mammals cyclic changes during the reproduction is called as estrous cycle. Correct. In non-primates. In primates, it's primates it is your menstrual cycle. In non-primates, it is estrous cycle. The first menstrual cycle begins with the puberty is called as menopause. Wrong. Lack of menstruation may be indicator of pregnancy. Yes, it may be. See, may be pregnancy. Cyclic menstruation extends between menarche and menopause. So, A, C and D. Here, option number A is correct. Option number A is correct here. Next question. Endometrium is necessary for implantation of blastocyst. Assertion. Reason is, in the absence of fertilization, the corpus luteum degenerates, that causes disintegration of endometrium. Tell me the answer, I'll give 10 seconds. This is a NEET 2023 question. NEET 2023 question. Endometrium is necessary for implantation? Yes. In absence of fertilization, the corpus luteum is degenerate, causing the disintegration of endometrium. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. That is, both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. Students, this is explaining the disintegration. This is explaining the necessary. Is this explaining this? It is not explaining. It is not explaining here. Clear? It is not explaining. Option number 3. Okay? Option number 3. Endometrium is necessary for implantation of blastocyst. Endometrium is a must. If there is no endometrium, there is no implantation. Remember that. In the absence of fertilization, the corpus luteum again degenerates, but they are not related. Next question. Next question, all of you. Next question, all of you. Match the items given in the column 1 in those in column 2 and select the correct option. Proliferatory stage is also called as which stage? First tell me. The first stage is proliferatory stage, also called as your follicular stage. Secondary phase is called as your luteal phase. Menstruation is breakdown of endometrium lining. So A is 2. A is 2 here. A is 2. B is 3 and C is 1. Clear? Option number 3. Option number 3. Students, if you are able to solve the questions, I want everyone to like the video right now. Okay? Next question. Identify the correct statement about on inhibin. Identify the correct statement on inhibin. 2016 NEET question out of NCERT question. Out of NCERT. Out of NCERT question. Students, the reason I told you about inhibin is because it is a previous year NEET question. So it is out of NCERT. Then also I'm teaching you. Okay. Now tell me quickly, tell me your marks. Quickly tell me your marks also, all of you. It is produced by granulosa cells in the ovary and inhibits the secretion of FSH. It's produced by granulosa cells in the ovary and inhibits secretion of LH. Produced by your nerve cells in the testes and inhibits the secretion of LH. Inhibits the secretion of LH, FSH and prolactin. Tell me fast. Inhibin is produced by your granulosa cells by the feedback mechanism. By the feedback mechanism it is seen and it inhibits the secretion of FSH. See here. And it is here FSH is decreasing because of inhibin. Because of inhibin. Clear? Next question. The main function of mammalian corpus luteum is to produce. AIPMT 2014 question. AIPMT 2014 question. The main function of mammalian corpus luteum. Tell me your marks. Tell me your marks fast. What is the function? What is the function of the mammalian corpus luteum? 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. It is production of progesterone, and the same progesterone will help in maintaining the endometrium. Clear? Concepts are getting clear to all of you? So if you have understood till now, I want every one of you, if you're able to understand the concepts, if you're able to understand the menstrual cycle, I want everyone to like the video, share the video, and do not forget to subscribe to the channel. Okay, do not forget to subscribe to the channel. Now can we start with implantation? Can we start with fertilization and implantation? Yes sir, we can start with implantation. Now if you want me to start implantation, I want to see some love, because Basavaraj sir is getting tired a little. Basavaraj sir is getting tired a little. If I see some Josh there, I will also get Josh. Okay? What is fertilization? Fertilization and implantation. During the copulation or coitus, the semen is released by the penis into the vaginal tract. That is called as insemination. The motile sperm swim rapidly. The motile sperm will swim rapidly and pass through the cervix. Yes, they will pass through the cervix and enter into the uterus and finally reach the ampullary region. They reach the ampullary region, and in that ampullary region, what is happening? Even the egg is coming and the sperm is coming, and the fertilization is happening in the ampullary region. Okay, region of the fallopian tube. The ovum released by the ovary is also transported to the ampullary region. So when ovum is coming there, where the fertilization takes place. Fertilization can only occur if the ovum and sperm are transported simultaneously. Only when ovum and as well as sperm are joining and fusing, are coming together simultaneously, then only fertilization will take place simultaneously to the ampullary region. This is the reason why not all copulation leads to the pregnancy. Clear? Now this is what is happening. Now I'll tell you why only one sperm. I will tell you now why only one sperm can fuse with the egg. Do you want to know? Do you want to know why only one sperm can fuse with the egg? Let me tell you. This is the egg. This is the egg. This is the egg. Yes, this is the secondary oocyte, not egg. Secondary oocyte. This secondary oocyte. And the sperm here. Sperm here. Now students, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very, very, very carefully. On the sperm, on the head of the sperm, there are enzymes, I told you. On the head of the sperm, there are enzymes. One such enzyme is called as anti-fertilization. Anti-fertilization. Yes, called as anti-fertilization. The same type. This is your plasma membrane. This is the plasma membrane of secondary oocyte. On the plasma membrane, on top of the plasma membrane, there is something called as fertilization. Now this anti-fertilization and fertilization will be like a lock and key. And this anti-fertilization will identify the fertilization and they will join. As soon as anti-fertilization and fertilization are joining, there is formation of a fertilization cone. Here only. There is formation of fertilization cone. Now as soon as the fertilization cone happens, there is release of sodium channels. Sodium channels will open up. As soon as the sodium channels open up, sodium will completely depolarize the plasma membrane. Sodium channels will completely what? Depolarize. Will completely depolarize the plasma membrane. Your NCERT says a line. There is a change in the membrane. What is the change in the membrane? The change in the membrane is depolarization of the plasma membrane. As soon as there is a change in plasma membrane, no more sperm can enter inside. That is the mechanism. Now students, this is the mechanism which is briefly given in your NCERT. But in reality, this mechanism is actually a first primary response. It is a primary response. After this, there is also called a secondary response. There we have something called as cortical layer formation. There we have something called as cortical layer formation is there. There is a layer of cortical layer formation happens. That is not in your NCERT. That is not in your NCERT. I will not be teaching you that. I will not be teaching you that. Cortical layer formation, there is calcium channels, all that is not in your NCERT. I will not be teaching you that. But I want all of you to understand this part. Anti-fertilization, fertilization are joining. Anti-fertilization and fertilization are joining. And as soon as they join, what happens? The sodium channels are opening. Sodium channels are opening. What happens when sodium channels open? That is fertilization cone. Sodium channels are opening. They will depolarize the plasma membrane. Once plasma membrane completely depolarizes, no more sperm can enter inside. Okay. See here, NCERT lines. The process of fusion of sperm with ovum is called as fertilization. That is also called as syngamy. Yes, it's also called as syngamy. During fertilization, a sperm comes in contact with the zona pellucida layer. Yes, it is coming in contact with the zona pellucida layer. The ovum and the induces change in the membrane. See here, there is a change in the membrane. The zona pellucida layer also separate, that all change happens, but NCERT is mentioning change in the membrane. That is depolarization of the plasma membrane. That blocks the entry of the additional sperm. Thus, it ensures that the only one sperm can fertilize an ovum. Clear? These secretions of the acrosome help in the sperm enter into the cytoplasm of the ovum through the zona pellucida and the plasma membrane. The induced, see here, this is the line of your oogenesis now. This is the line of your oogenesis here, coming back. As soon as sperm is meeting with the secondary oocyte, as soon as sperm is meeting with secondary oocyte will finish what? Secondary oocyte will finish, meiosis 2 is over. Once meiosis 2 is over, we get ooted as well as second polar body. See here, this induces a completion of the mitotic division of the secondary oocyte. I told you long back, this will induce the secondary oocyte. The second meiotic division is also unequal. Again, unequal, and results in the formation of the second polar body. That's how you get the second polar body. And the haploid ovum are ooted here, ooted. Soon the haploid nucleus of the sperm, inside the ooted, haploid nucleus of sperm as well as the ooted haploid nucleus of the sperm and haploid nucleus of the egg will ovum fuse together to form the diploid. It will fuse together to form the diploid zygote. Clear? That is the process of your oogenesis is finishing here. Fertilization is finishing here. Sir, in neural membrane, K plus is more permeable than Na plus, but we know that K plus is larger in size than NaC plus in periodic table. Yes. Yes. Pharynx, yes, you are correct. Perfect. This is where the oogenesis is ending. Started somewhere else. Oogenesis started somewhere else, but it is ending here now. Now, this is sex determination. Sex determination is very easy. Can I skip the sex determination, or do you want me to teach the sex determination? Can I skip the sex determination, or do you want me to teach the sex determination? Tell me fast. Very easy. You know, there are 46 chromosomes. Yes. Very easy. In the case of male, there is sperm. In the case of female, there is egg. The sperm can be of two types, X and Y. Egg can be of X and X. When X and X meets, what happens? A female is born. When X and Y meets, a male is born. That is the sex determination. That is the sex determination. Very easy. You can read through it once. You can read through this entire once. It is very easy. Okay. Now here it is important. Now here it is important now. The mitotic division. The mitotic division starts as the zygote moves. Yes. Zygote is undergoing mitosis now. Yes. Through the isthmus of the oviduct. The zygote is moving the isthmus region. It is undergoing mitosis. Yes, it is undergoing mitosis. That mitosis of the zygote is called as cleavage. Mitosis of zygote is, see, this is a zygote, that is 2n. Zygote will become 2-celled, zygote will become 4-celled, zygote will become 8-celled like this. Zygote will start to divide. That is called as cleavage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make it 8-celled. It will make into 8-cell. That is cleavage towards the uterus. As the zygote is traveling in the isthmus region, it is keep on dividing. Okay, uterus, and forms the 2, 4, 16 daughter cells called as blastomeres. So the cells inside the zygote now. The cells inside the zygote are called as what? Blastomeres. Called as what? Blastomeres. Blastomeres are the daughter cells. Blastomere are the daughter cells resulting from the division of zygote. Clear? Division from the, as the zygote is dividing, see here, these are the blastomeres. These are the blastomeres. Now students, listen to me very carefully. A condition where there are 8 to 16 blastomere. A condition where we have 8 to 16 blastomere, that is called as what? That is called as the morula. That is called as morula. So morula contains 8 to 16 daughter cells. That is called as blastomere. Now I'll ask you a simple question, which I always ask this question: how is this cell division different from the normal cell division? Tell me, how is this cell division different from your normal cell division? The answer is very simple. In your normal cell division, we have G1 phase, S phase and G2 phase. Yes. In your normal cell division, there is growth 1 phase and growth 2 phase. But in this cell division, G1 phase as well as G2 phase are completely absent here. They are completely absent. And because of that, can you see the cell size is not increasing? There is complete no increase of cytoplasm. There is no increase of cytoplasm. Here, the cell is not growing in size. It is not growing in size. It is not growing in size. The cytoplasm is not increasing. Here, only genetic material is increasing. Only genetic material is increasing. That is the difference between normal cell division and cleavage. Clear? See here, we have the zygote. See here, fusion happens, ampulla region, fusion is happening. In the ampulla region, the fusion is happening here. 2 cell stage, 4 cell stage, 16 cell stage, that is your blastomere. Then we have blastomere is traveling on the isthmus region. It is finally reaching the uterus. It is finally reaching the uterus now. Now, the blastomeres The blastomere is called morula. What is a morula? Blastomeres where the number is around 8 to 16. The morula continues to divide. The morula is again dividing more and more and transforms into blastocyst. So morula here, morula is getting converted to your blastocyst. Morula is getting converted to blastocyst. Now can I ask all of you students one more question? If you are a student of mine previously, you should be able to answer this question very easily. Okay. If you are not my student from before, if you are a student of mine recently, this can be a little tricky to you. Okay. The simple question here is why can't morula undergo implantation? Why morula cannot undergo implantation? Crazy is not supposed to answer. Crazy cannot answer this question. Why can't morula undergo implantation? Simple question. The answer is very simple. Because the morula still has the zona pellucida layer. That is the answer. Your morula here, the morula here still has the zona pellucida layer. Zona pellucida layer. Now when the morula is getting, morula is getting converted to blastocyst, what is happening? The zona pellucida layer. The zona pellucida layer is a cyst. The cyst will break open. That is why it is called as blastocyst. Why? Because the zona pellucida layer is breaking up and we have the blastocyst now. Clear? Extra information. Yes, extra information, little bit extra information here and there. Okay. Now, so blastocyst, as it moves further into uterus, blastocyst is moving further into the uterus. The blastomeres in the blastocyst, listen to me very carefully. This is the zygote. This is your morula. Now inside the morula we had what? Inside the morula we had the blastomere. Yes, inside the morula we have blastomeres. Now this blastomeres will completely arrange themselves in one corner. And also in the periphery. Now when the blastomeres arrange in one corner, this corner is called as what? This corner is called as your inner cell mass. And what about this? This outer periphery is called as trophoblast. Clear? Now students, listen to me very carefully. This inner cell mass later becomes the embryo. This inner cell mass later gets converted to the embryo. And this trophoblast plus something called as chorionic villi. Your chorionic villi will get converted to placenta. Clear? So the blastomeres in the blastocyst are arranged in an outer layer called as trophoblast. Blastomeres arranged in an outer layer called as trophoblast, and an inner group of cells attached to the trophoblast called as inner mass cells. At one side we have the inner mass cells. The trophoblast layer gets attached to the endometrium. Yes, these trophoblast cells gets attached to the endometrium layer. Yes, and the inner cell mass gets differentiated as embryo. After attachment, the uterine cells Obviously, uterus has uterine cells. The uterine cells divide rapidly. The uterine cells will divide rapidly and it completely covers the blastocyst. Completely covers the blastocyst. Clear? Uterine will divide rapidly and cover the blastocyst. As a result, blastocyst becomes embedded in the endometrium. As a result, the entire blastocyst getting embedded in the, this is uterine wall. Blastocyst is getting completely covered like this, and it is getting completely engulfed in the endometrium layer of the uterus. This is called as implantation, which can lead to pregnancy later. Clear? Clear? Is that point clear to all of you? Amazing. Amazing. That is your chorionic villi and trophoblast. This will come to later on. Any doubt here? Any doubt in this paragraph of NCERT? Any doubt in this paragraph of your NCERT? Ask me right now if you have any doubt. I am here to clear every doubt of yours, to make sure you know the questions, you know the answers. Okay? Now, next paragraph is the pregnancy. After implantation. Now, once implantation is over, yes, implantation is over, finger-like projections. After implantation is over, there are finger-like projections called as chorionic villi. Where is it? Appear on the trophoblast called as chorionic villi. See here, on the trophoblast here, after implantation, what happens? A finger-like structure is coming out. A finger-like structure is coming out from the trophoblast layer after implantation. After implantation, which surrounded by the uterine tissue. So chorionic villi plus uterine tissue will get what? Interdigitated. They will become interdigitated. Chorionic villi, which are surrounded by your uterine tissue and maternal blood. The chorionic villi and uterine tissue will become interdigitated with each other. Uterine tissue plus chorionic villi. Where is chorionic villi coming from? Chorionic villi is coming from the trophoblast. Remember that. And jointly form the structural and functional unit between a fetus, developing embryo, fetus, and the maternal body is called as placenta. That's why I told you here. Chorionic villi plus trophoblast plus your maternal blood plus uterine tissue. Uterine tissue is making the placenta. This chorionic villi is actually coming from the trophoblast plus maternal blood plus uterine tissue is making the placenta. Clear? Clear? That is the formation of placenta. Now I'll tell you what is the function of placenta. It's very simple. The function of placenta is very simple. The placenta facilitates the supply of oxygen. That is, the baby is growing inside. The baby is growing inside the mother's womb. Does it require oxygen? Yes, sir. Does it require nutrition? Yes, sir. Once the baby is taking nutrition and oxygen, will it release waste? Yes. Will it release carbon dioxide? Yes. All the exchange, right? All the exchange of nutrients, carbohydrates, all the exchange of your oxygen, release of waste is done with the help of placenta. That is, supply of oxygen and nutrients to the embryo and also removal of carbon dioxide and excretory waste material produced by the embryo. The placenta is a connection to the embryo through umbilical cord, which helps in the transport of substances to and from the embryo. The placenta is also very important. NEET previous year question. Here, come. All of you, attention. 1000% attention now. NEET PYQ. What is the PYQ? Your placenta also acts as a temporary endocrine gland. Yes. Placenta acts as an endocrine tissue and produces several hormones. You might have understood this line even in chemical coordination. Placenta acts as a temporary endocrine tissue. That is, it produces hormones like human chorionic gonadotropin, which will help in maintaining the corpus luteum. This will help in maintaining the corpus luteum. Then we have human placental lactogen. which will provide nutrition to the maternal body, and estrogen, progesterone, etc. In the later phase of pregnancy, a hormone called as relaxin. A hormone called as relaxin is also released. It's also secreted by the ovary. So remember, relaxin is also produced by the ovary, not just placenta. That is a previous question. That one line here is a question. Relaxin is also secreted by your ovary. See, just one line. That could have made you lose 4 marks. That is the importance of reading every line of NCERT. Okay, just one line here. Relaxin is also secreted by the ovary. Now, the ovary, let us remember that HCG. NEET PYQ again. NEET PYQ. HCG, HPL, not IPL, not IPL, HPL. That is placental lactogen. And relaxin are produced in the woman only during the pregnancy. But here, see here, relaxin is also secreted by the ovary, but this is happening only during the pregnancy. Produced by the ovary, but only during the pregnancy. Clear? This is a NEET PYQ. NEET PYQ, the hormones which are released only during the pregnancy is HCG, HPL and relaxin. Clear? Now in addition, during the pregnancy, levels of other hormones are like estrogen, progesterone, cortisol, prolactin, thyroxine, right? Thyroxine, everything else also increases. Everything else also increases. Clear? Now, our interest increased and several folds, and the maternal blood. See, this is also NEET PYQ. This is also a NEET PYQ here. Here also. See here, all these hormones, all the following hormones are increasing. Yes, they're increasing. Increase in several folds in maternal blood. That is why the pregnant woman, they say, right, pregnant women have a lot of mood swings. The mood swings is actually because of the increased levels of hormones. Role of relaxin helps in relaxing the mother. Relaxin help in relaxing. That's all, simple as such. Because during the pregnancy there's a lot of pain and everything, right? Helps in relaxing. Okay. So here are increased in several folds in the maternal blood. Increased production of these hormones is essential for supporting the fetal growth, metabolic changes in the mother and the maintenance of the pregnancy. This line here is also a NEET PYQ. It is also here is a NEET PYQ. Clear? So as the menstruation is absent due to the increased levels of hormones, menstruation can be skipped because of decrease or increase of certain hormones. Both the cases. In both the cases. That is why hormones can regulate very, in the female, it can regulate very much. That can lead to so many disorders. PCOD, right? That is because of hormonal changes, right? Now, immediately after the implantation, the inner mast cell embryo differentiates. Yes, the embryo again is differentiating now. The inner mast cell is differentiating, embryo is differentiating into the outer layer called as ectoderm. The embryo is dividing now. The outer is called as ectoderm and the inner layer is called as endoderm, and the middle layer is called as mesoderm. Now you will study this ectoderm, mesoderm and your mesoderm, ectoderm and endoderm in your animal tissue chapter. You will learn there what each tissue, each layer is responsible for which tissue. You will be learning it there. Okay. Soon appears between the ectoderm and the endoderm. Now these 3 layers give rise to all tissues. These 3 layers will produce all the tissues in the body. It needs to be mentioned that the inner cell mass contains certain cells called as stem cells. Do you know what is stem cells? These stem cells are actually totipotent in nature. They are totipotent. What is the meaning of totipotent? The meaning of totipotent is these cells can produce any number of cells. For example, your plant cell. Plant cell is totipotent in nature because a plant cell under right condition can produce the entire tree. In tissue culture you learn that. In tissue culture you learn that one particular cell of plant, one tissue of a plant can produce the entire tree. But here only the stem cells are like that. Okay. And remember, there is also nowadays during the pregnancy, during the childbirth, these stem cells are collected. These stem cells are collected which can help in development of organs. Development of organs which have potency to give rise to all the tissue in the and the organs. Now, very important paragraph. Very important para. Very important para. Now I want everyone to pay extreme attention here. I want all of you to pay extreme attention here. I will be telling you around 2 to 3 PYQs here. 2 to 3 previous questions are here. Read the lines with me. Read the lines with me. Understand the lines with me. Ready? Now, human pregnancies last around 9 months. Yes, that is called as gestation period. Do you know for cats and dogs? For cats and dogs is almost 58 days to 60 days. 58 days to 60 days. Okay. In human beings, after 1 month of pregnancy, after 1 month, after the first month of pregnancy, the embryo's heart is formed. So when can you hear the heartbeat of the baby? With the help of stethoscope. Just after the first month, you can hear the heartbeat. After the first month, you can hear the heartbeat of the baby. The first sign of growing fetus may be noticed by the listening to the heart sound carefully through the stethoscope. Someday, hopefully, all of you can do it when you become a doctor. Okay. By the end of the second month, by the end of second month of pregnancy, the fetus develops limbs and digits. By the end of second month, the fetus is developing limbs and digit, and that is when you can see the baby kicking. You know the baby is kicking, you say, right? The baby is kicking at the end of the second month because the limbs and digits are the fingers, are developed. Okay. Now, by the end of 12th week, that is first trimester, most of the major organ systems are formed. For example, first trimester, limbs and external genitalia organs are well developed. So first trimester, organs and external genitalia are formed. Second month, baby is already kicking. Okay. The first movement of the fetus, baby is kicking is here. Sorry. Baby is kicking is here. The first movement of the fetus and appearance of the hair on the head is usually observed during the 5th month. Here only limbs are forming. Limbs and digits are forming. That's all. It is not kicking here. Oh. Keep it as keep. Arey yaar, what is happening? Second month only limbs. Second month is only limbs. When the baby is kicking at the 5th month. Why am I not able to write? I'm not able to write, students. What is this nonsense? Why am I not able to write here? Now I can write. Now, the baby is kicking at the 5th month. 5th month, baby is kicking. 5th month, baby is kicking. Okay. See here, the first movement of the fetus and appearance of hair on the head is usually observed in the 5th month. By the end of the about 24 weeks, at the end of second trimester, at the end of your second trimester, the body is covered with fine hair the eyelids are separating. Second trimester, end of second trimester, the eyelids are separating out and the eyelashes are formed. By the end of the 9 months, at the end of your 9 months of the pregnancy, the fetus is fully developed and ready for the delivery. Very important points here is the first month heart, second month limbs and digits, first trimester, that is limbs and external genitalia, first movement is 5th month, then about end of your second trimester, eyelid separation, eyelashes are formed, and at the end of 9 months the complete baby is ready. Clear? At the end of the 9 months the baby is ready to be delivered out. Okay, amazing. Now the last part of the chapter is very simple. That is your average duration of human pregnancy is about 9 months. That is called as gestation period. Yes, that is called as gestation period. Vigorous contraction of uterus, that is myometrium layer. Remember, the myometrium layer is contracting now, right? Contracting uterus at the end of pregnancy causes the expulsion or the delivery of the fetus. The delivery of the fetus is called as parturition. This process, delivery of the baby is called as childbirth, is called as parturition. Childbirth is called as what? Parturition. Parturition is induced by complex neuroendocrine mechanism. What is this complex neuroendocrine mechanism? That is nothing but feedback mechanism by certain hormones. The hormone which is responsible here is oxytocin. Now quickly tell me in the chat, is oxytocin secreted by your anterior pituitary or posterior pituitary? Tell me fast. Tell me fast. Your oxytocin is produced by, not produced, secreted by anterior pituitary or posterior pituitary? Tell me fast in the chat. Induced by complex neuroendocrine mechanism, the signals for the, remember, the signals for the delivery of the baby is given by the fetus as well as the placenta, which induces a mild uterine contraction. As the signal is coming, when the signal is coming out, that is the signal is coming from the baby as well as the placenta that the baby wants to come out, that time the uterine wall will start to contract a little. That is the mild contraction, mild contraction called as fetal ejection reflex. Now this triggers again. Once there is a mild contraction, that will trigger your posterior pituitary to release more oxytocin. If there is more oxytocin, more contraction, more oxytocin is released. Again more oxytocin, more contraction. It is a complete feedback mechanism is taking place. That is your neuroendocrine mechanism. So this triggers the release of oxytocin from the maternal pituitary. The oxytocin acts on the uterine muscles and causes stronger uterine contraction. More oxytocin, more contraction. Remember that. And which turn stimulates the further secretion of oxytocin. More contraction, more oxytocin is released. If more oxytocin is released, then there is more contraction of the uterine wall. Just like that, the entire uterine wall is contracted and the baby is coming out. That stimulates the reflex between the uterine contraction and oxytocin secretion, continues, resulting in the stronger and stronger contraction. This leads to the expulsion of the baby out of the uterus through the birth canal. What is birth canal? Cervical canal plus vagina is the birth canal. That is called as parturition. Soon after the infant is delivered, the placenta is also expelled out of the uterus. Placenta is also expelled out. Clear? Then the mammary glands of the female undergoes differentiation. The mammary glands of female undergo differentiation second time. The first time differentiation happens during the puberty. The second time differentiation of mammary glands happens in the females at the pregnancy time. Okay, and starts producing the milk towards the end of the pregnancy by process called as lactation. The process of lactation, the milk is being produced out now. This helps in the mother in feeding the newborn. The milk produced during the initial phase of the lactation is called as colostrum, and this colostrum right here is rich in antibiotics because the baby needs more nutrition now. The baby is new to the external surroundings. baby does not have an immunity right now. So it requires all the antibodies which is obtained from the colostrum, which contains several antibodies like IgA, right? Absolutely essential for the development of develop resistance to the newborn babies. The breastfeeding during the initial period of the infant growth is recommended by the doctors for to bring up the fetal body. That is the end of the chapter. Yes, that is the end of the chapter. Now, do you want to do more questions? Do you want to do more questions, Dr. Strange? Do you want to do more questions? IgA, IgG, yes. Let me know in the chat if you want to do more questions. We can do more questions. If you don't want to do questions, we can stop the class now only. Questions? Do we need more questions? Yes? Show some Josh in the chat, na? Show some Josh in the chat. If you show some Josh in the chat, then only I'll teach you more questions, we'll solve more questions and we'll understand more questions. Okay? Josh is high. Here is the first question. Here is the first question from your AIPMT 2011. AIPMT 2011 question. What happens during the fertilization in humans after many sperms reach close to the ovum? What happens? What happens when many sperm reach the close to the ovum? Only 2 sperm near the ovum penetrate the zona pellucida. Secretions of the acrosome help in 1 sperm to enter the cytoplasm of the ovum through the zona pellucida. All sperm except 1 near the sperm will lose its tail. Cells of the corona radiata trap all the sperm except 1. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. That is your, obviously, that is cytoplasm changes will happen. That is sodium channels will open. Complete blockage will happen. Yes, no more sperm entry. Yes, you. Next question. AIPMT 2012 question. AIPMT 2012 question. Identify the human developmental stage also shown below as well as the related right place of its occurrence in the normal pregnancy woman. Select the right option of the two. Now they're asking you to identify what is this and where is it occurring. Now first tell me, this is your inner cell mass. This is your trophoblast. Trophoblast. And this is nothing but your blastocyst. Yes, blastocyst is found where? In the uterine wall. In the uterine wall. Can't read the border. Ayya. It's fine. I will send you the PDF. You can read there also. Okay. You can read there. Okay. You can read it there. Basically, they're asking you, what is the structure? The question is, what is the structure? All of you know it as a blastocyst. Next question. NEET 2022 question. NEET 2022 question. Last to last year. 24 on this is. Last to last year question. What is the question? Which of the following hormone is secreted in women only during the pregnancy? Which is produced only during the pregnancy? Okay. We have relaxin, oxytocin, HCG, HPL and progesterone. Take some 10 seconds and answer the question. 10 seconds and answer the question fast. 10 seconds and answer the question. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. That is relaxin, HCG and HPL are only produced during the pregnancy. Clear? Next question. Do you realize how many questions are you doing? Do you realize how many questions you're doing? In one class, you are understanding every line of NCERT and you're also doing questions. Okay. Progesterone is not produced during the pregnancy. Not produced during the pregnancy. Sorry, it is not a hormone which is produced only during the pregnancy. Progesterone is produced all the time also. Okay. Given below two statements. Statement number 1, it says our pregnancy is characterized by metabolic changes in the mother. Yes. Mother. the leader girl, it is not all, because progesterone is produced even during the menstrual cycle. Yes, it is produced during the menstrual cycle also. Then you tell me, I'm asked question says which is the hormone which is produced only during the pregnancy. Okay, reason is during pregnancy the levels of thyroxine is increased in the maternal blood. Yes, question is here, answer is here. I told you when I was teaching you that line, right? When I was teaching you that one paragraph about the hormones, I told you the last paragraph is important. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is, both A and R are correct, and R is the correct explanation of A. Where can I show you? Do you want to see the proof again? Here. Prolactin, thyroxine are increased in several folds in the maternal blood. Increased production of these hormones is essential for the supporting the fetal growth, metabolic changes in the mother, and the maintenance of the pregnancy. Here is the line. Here is the answer. Okay, there is the answer. Now, next question, 2020 question, the COVID time question. The COVID time question fast. Match the following and select the correct option. Abba. What is ovary produce? What is placenta produce? What is corpus luteum produce? What is lady produce? Now tell me, easy option is, all of us know lady will produce your androgen. Corpus luteum will produce only progesterone. Placenta will produce your human chorionic gonadotropin. Ovary will produce estrogen and progesterone. Simple. Option number 4 is correct. Option number 4 is correct. Easy. Next question. NEET 2022. Again a COVID question. Again a COVID question. In human beings, at the end of 12 weeks, first trimester, the pregnancy following is happening. At the end of 12 weeks, first trimester. Fast. 10 seconds. I told you that paragraph is also important. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. That is, most of the organs are formed. Most of the organs are formed here. Clear? Able to understand? Next question. Do more questions. I have questions for you. AIPM 2013 question. Which of the following is not function of placenta? Which is not function of the placenta? First, secretes estrogen, filtering removal of carbon dioxide waste material from the embryo, secrete oxytocin during parturition, facilitate supply of the oxygen and nutrition to the embryo. Easy question. Which is not a function of placenta. Here I told you placenta will act as an endocrine tissue. Yes, some of your dum kids, some of your dum here. See here, in addition, during the pregnancy, levels of other hormones are also increasing. Estrogen, progesterone are also increasing. See here, placenta is also acting as endocrine tissue and produces hormones like HCG and also estrogen and progesterone. It is producing estrogen. Placenta is producing estrogen. Yes, it is producing estrogen here, dum kids. I just told you here HPG, HPL and then estrogen, progesterone. Right. Again you're telling option number 1. Again you're telling me option number 1 here. What is the answer now? Tell me. What is the answer? Tell me now. Tell me the answer now. It is not 1, stupid kids. It is not 1. It is not 1. I just showed you the answer. No one should type 1 now. What is the answer? Tell me first. What is the answer? Yes. It is option number C. It is does not secrete oxytocin during the pregnancy. Does not. Oxytocin by posterior pituitary. Now I'll take one comment there. I'm asking you, is oxytocin produced by posterior pituitary? Tell me in the chat right now. Does the oxytocin is produced by posterior pituitary? If you tell me yes now, I will tell Gopika ma'am to throw chappal at all of you. If you tell yes, Gopika ma'am will throw chappal at you. Does posterior pituitary produce the oxytocin? Tell me yes, Gopika ma'am will chappal. Will it produce? No. Oxytocin is produced by hypothalamus. Your posterior pituitary is just storing it is just storing and it is releasing the oxytocin. It is just storing and releasing the oxytocin. It is not secreting. Secretion of your oxytocin is done by what? Secretion of oxytocin is done by hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, clear? Not anterior. It is done by hypothalamus. It is stored in the posterior. It is stored in posterior and it is released in posterior. Okay. Simply easy questions also you're not able to do. Easy questions also you're not able to do. Let me tell you what is your job now. After every class I tell you what is your job, right? After every class I tell you one job. Now what is your job now? Your job is 1, 2 or 3 things I'll tell you. After every class I tell you all this, right? Now go here. I made you solve 30 questions now. I made you solve 30 questions. Now you need to click here 10-year papers. Click here, you get 7-year papers. And there is no CBSE questions, huh? Okay, there is no CBSE questions here. Click there and you'll get the questions. Okay, and if you want the notes, to this particular PDF, anyway this is NCERT line by line, you don't need the notes here. You can join the, you should join the, not you can, you should join the Telegram channel. You can also join my Telegram channel, that is your, if you just type my name you will get, if you just type my name in Telegram you can get my Telegram channel also, you can join there. There I teach, when I give more information on botany there. Okay, now I want, now if you want, that's what, if you want more questions you can go there. Now I'll tell you 3 things to type in the chat, in the comment section. 3 things all of you need to type in the comment section. The first thing is, if you have any doubt, let me know the doubt in the comment section on human reproduction. Any doubt in human reproduction, let me know in the comment section. If you do not have any doubt, just type human reproduction done and dusted. Okay, human reproduction done and dusted in the comments. And the third part, I want everyone to tell me how was studying zoology with me. Okay, tell me in the end how was studying zoology with me. Okay, so all of you, I think some of you are seeing zoology for the first time, me teaching zoology, but you should know by now, both Gopika ma'am and I can teach botany and zoology all the chapters. Honestly, both of us can teach all the chapters. Both of us are really good at both of them. That is because we are biology educators. We are not specifically botany and zoology. Both we are biology educators. Remember that. Okay. So if you like today's session, like the video, share the video. Let me know in the comment section how was today's class. And I will see you in tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Ah, stupid ad. I will see you tomorrow. If you go to the channel, you can see here live. You can see here tomorrow. This is supposed to be 5 p.m. Okay, this is 5 p.m. This is 5 p.m. not 11 a.m. 5 p.m. tomorrow. I will meet all of you 5 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, bye bye. Take care all of you. Okay, bye bye.